Everybody, I now call this meeting of the Anchorage Assembly to order. Today is November 21st, 2023. It's a regular meeting. Madam Clerk, would you please take the roll?
Assemblymember Myers.
Here.
Assemblymember Martinez.
Present.
Assemblymember Rivera.
He knows he's here with the microphone issue.
Here. Assemblymember Bronca. Assemblymember Johnson.
Here.
Assembly Chair Constant.
Here.
Assembly Vice Chair Zalatel. Here. Assemblymember Cross. Here. Assemblymember Volland.
Happy to be here.
Assemblymember Brawley.
Here.
Assemblymember Soltz. It's my understanding
He's excused.
he will not be here. Assemblymember Perez Verdilla.
Here.
Youth Representative Jesse Tyrell.
Here.
Mr. Chair, you have a quorum.
Thank you. Now we'll move on to the Pledge of Allegiance. Ms. Bronca.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Vice Chair Zalato, would you please read the land acknowledgement?
A land acknowledgement is a formal statement recognizing the indigenous people of a place. It is a public gesture of appreciation for the past and present indigenous stewardship of the lands we now occupy. It is an actionable statement that marks our collective movement towards decolonization and equity. The Anchorage Assembly would like to acknowledge that we gather today on the traditional lands of the Dena'ina Athabascans. For thousands of years, the Dena'ina have been and continue to be the stewards of this land. It is with gratefulness and respect that we recognize the contributions, innovations, and contemporary perspectives of the Upper Cook Inlet Dena'ina.
Thank you. Next, we have minutes of previous meetings. I would like to ask for a motion to approve the minutes from the regular meeting of October 10, 2023, and the special meeting of October 12, 2023.
So moved.
Second.
Moved by Ms. Zalatel, seconded by Member Volland. Is there any discussion? I'd like to ask for unanimous consent. Hearing no objection, the minutes have been approved. Now we come to the mayor's report. Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Good evening, everyone. I know there's a full agenda tonight, so I'll be as brief as possible. The month of November has brought us a record-setting snowfall. In the span of 5 days, we received more than half the amount of snow we typically get during an average winter. The amount of snowfall, as well as the timing of each storm, prompted me to proclaim a snow emergency. This allowed us to call upon extra resources like graders, front-end loaders, dump trucks, side loaders to help support MOA plowing efforts. I would like to thank the Assembly for working with us on this front and understanding the urgency to keep our city moving. The good folks at Maintenance and Operations worked around the clock to clear not only our own roads, hauling over 3,000 loads of snow, but also assisting in clearing certain sections of state roads. Their Herculean efforts should not go unnoticed, and I would like to publicly and on the record recognize their staff and hard work. Along with the heavy snow comes cold temperatures, and we have not lost focus on those in our community that are in most need of shelter this winter. The Solid Waste Service Admin Building opened earlier this month as a cold weather shelter. Soon after its opening, we recognized the need for additional shelter space and requested an expansion from the Assembly of 150 to 200 beds. I would like to commend the Assembly and recognize the ever-growing need for shelter space and working with Alexis Johnson and the Health Department to achieve just that. Tonight we will be addressing Assembly amendments to the 2024 budget and I introduced earlier in the fall. My administration's budget comes in under the tax cap and would lessen the burden on taxpayers while providing essential services to the people of Anchorage. While the snow was falling, the Assembly held a long work session on their budget amendments and is proposing their ideas tonight. I appreciate the process and the time my administration has put into the budget and the time the Assembly has taken to review it. There are several amendments that I will be supporting tonight, including upgrading the technology for the Assembly meetings to make it easier for the public and the media to participate, providing the technology needed for us to run fair and accessible elections, support for the Eagle River Chugiak Comprehensive Plan, grant increases to abused women, aid in crisis, and standing against rape, and victims for justice. Wage increases for our heavy equipment operators, $75,000 to provide training with human resources on a new drug policy recently passed by the Assembly, support for the Girdwood Fire and Rescue EMS budget, training for the men and women serving our community in the Anchorage Police Department, moving up the timeline and adding to the capital improvement plan the Cuddy Family Park Warming Facility, increasing the road improvement bond in the amount of $250,000 for downtown wayfinding, and finally, in supporting public safety. I am for additional PCNs within the fire department. I'm supporting funds to bring the Performing Arts Center elevators into ADA compliance. And I am supporting funding for the wage increases that my administration was able to negotiate for our hardworking men and women within the Anchorage Police Department. This wage increase to APD represents the largest wage increase for our police in the history of our city, and I'm pleased the Assembly and my administration are joining in support of this matter tonight. We owe a deep debt of gratitude to our police department, and this increase will allow us to retain and attract the talent needed for those who keep us safe. Thank you very much to APD. Yesterday, I presented my State of the City address at the Chamber of Commerce's Make It Monday Forum. I addressed many topics from snow plowing to budget, but in the interest of time, I'll go only into some of the highlights. I addressed our initiatives on the homeless front to include shelter expansions, reunification through our plane ticket program, and the need for a ruling by the Supreme Court of the United States regarding Johnson versus Grants Pass. I talked about the Port of Alaska and how my administration helped secure $270 million for modernization, moving us toward food security for all of Alaska. Downtown revitalization, tourism success, and corporate investments signal a promising economic rebound. Workplace diversity initiatives enacted by the Chief Equity Officer and the Office of Equity and Justice are central to our city's post-pandemic rebound. I am proud to report that those efforts have yielded a diverse workforce within the municipality itself. Minorities now make up over 25% of municipal employees, with an increase of representation over 4% in just 2023. Now, as we roll up our sleeves tonight and do the hard work of reviewing amendments to my administration's introduced budget, I want to reflect on the honor that it is to serve the people of Anchorage. While we don't always agree on every issue, we agree on a lot. I wish the Assembly and the rest of our great city a happy Thanksgiving, and with that, Mr. Chair, I conclude my report.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So I will now give the chair's report. Good evening, everybody, and welcome. And like the mayor, I'll start at the same place, snow removal. First, I want to address this issue. It's on everybody's mind, topic of conversation in every coffee shop in every part of this town, at every party in the evening. Speaking on behalf of myself and the vice chair, and I imagine the entire assembly, we share concerns over the effectiveness of how the plow went over the last couple of weeks, that the core public services were difficult to deliver, including public transit and our schools, which were closed. The people of Anchorage deserve better from us as a government. Snow removal has been a major concern for the Assembly for the past few years. We've made budget amendments to give the administration funding to work with. We've held work sessions to get to the bottom of staffing and logistics issues, and we offer support in any way we can. And to that end, we're going to continue to do so. This month looked a lot like December of last year. In fact, the snowfall that fell in December of 2022 was more than the snow that fell in November of 2023. But this month is not yet over, so looks like there's rain in the forecast. Be careful out there. Snow removal and road safety will continue to be top of mind for the Assembly as we consider our budget and what's needed to bolster the snow removal process Going forward, Mayor Bronson, we hope you support these efforts. I want to stress that this is not in any way a reflection on the great municipal staff who've been putting in 18 and 20-hour days to get through all the neighborhoods as many times as needed. And I can tell you firsthand that when I receive a call from constituents and they have concerns about a specific property, especially when people are struggling with mobility issues, that our teams get out there within a day. So I have the same gratitude towards our workforce. We're trying to support you and get you the resources you need to do your jobs. Next, I would say that on that topic, the building official yesterday issued a warning about roof snow loads. Last year, we had a series of roof collapses because of heavy snow loads. I want to make sure anybody who has one of these flat roof truss structures on one of their buildings, whether it's residential or commercial, make sure you're out there taking the snow off of it, because the heavy wet snow that we've had is dangerous. This warning applies mostly to commercial buildings constructed prior to 1990, carports and roofs subject to ice damming. But I encourage everybody to review the guidance you'll find at muni.org at the Development Services website to make sure that you're able to take care of the safety of the facilities and the buildings that you live and work in. ASD closures were a real challenge this week. I want to stand in solidarity with the school district for their decision to keep the schools closed when they couldn't get students safely to school. I had the misfortune to witness a couple of school buses stuck high-bermed on snow, and that is not a good condition. We have to do better. It's difficult on our kids in our communities. It's difficult on our parents who are trying to work. It's bad for the economy. We've heard too many stories of pedestrians who are forced to walk in the middle of streets and cars getting damaged from driving on our roads, forcing kids into dangerous situations. It's easy to second guess the school district's decisions, but they made a decision that prioritized safety, and I want them to know I hear you and I support you. On the topic of snow removal, it's important that we get what we pay for. For years, the state budget has not kept pace with our needs as a community, and we're seeing clear results in the underspending that's coming into our community. In addition to not keeping up with competitive wages, the state has let their equipment go into decline, and they simply are not equipped to meet the very basic needs, public safety responsibilities to keep our roads clear and safe. This further shifts the burden to the municipality and property taxpayers. I hope that what we've seen the past few weeks empowers our state legislators to take action when they meet in a few months to ensure that the state budget is sufficient to provide the resources necessary to ensure that the state roads in the municipality of Anchorage are cleared by the state. The municipality of Anchorage took resources off of its neighborhood streets to clear the state's roads. While it's a good demonstration of working collaboratively with the state is the deep pockets, and at this point, we need the state to do their job so that we can do ours. Next, to discuss the budget. Tonight is the final public hearing on a series of the budget items, and we will take action on the 2024 municipal budget. I'm very grateful to those of you who have or who are here now to testify. We'll hold the public hearing around 7 p.m. and we'll likely vote on the budget at the conclusion of that hearing. It's been said many times, but a budget is a reflection of the city's values. If you want to see your roads plowed effectively and on time, then a balanced and realistic budget should be of concern to you. To follow along with the budget process and learn more, go to muni.org/assembly and click on the Budget and Taxes button on the top of the page. We'll be posting documents that we review tonight on that page. I would take a moment of privilege to speak to the people of the city of Wrangell who've lost members of their community in a landslide. Alaska is, they say, the biggest small town in America. It's a big state, but we're all connected. And also, happy Thanksgiving to everybody, however you celebrate that or mark it, as it were. Finally, tonight we have a very full agenda. I'll do my best to move us along that we may conclude at a reasonable hour. This is a business meeting, and we're here to do the work of the municipality. Please help in creating a climate of respect in the chambers. We ask that you refrain from personal attacks and speaking out of turn, shouting or clapping and pacing. If you have signs, please keep them 8.5 by 11 or smaller. Please keep the aisles clear, except when you line up to testify. Please don't approach the dais, but if you have something for members, please hand it to the clerk. If rules are not followed, I may interrupt speakers to call for compliance. If compliance with the rules doesn't occur, then I may pause the meeting. If there's an actual disruption, I'll give a warning. And if the disruption persists or happens again, the person will be asked to leave. And with that, I will now move us on to Committee and liaison reports, and we'll start with Mr. Myers.
Nothing to report. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Mr. Martinez.
Thank you, Chair. So the Community and Economic Development Committee last met on 2 weeks ago, last Thursday, and our next meeting is going to be held on December 14th. At the last meeting, we covered a little bit more of the items that were referred to our committee from this our last General Assembly meeting, which was AO 2223, 117, and 118. We also had a presentation from ACDA, the Community Development Authority, of redevelopment plans that are exciting, and we look for more information on that front. We also heard from Cook Inlet and the Anchorage Community Land Trust about the 10% nonconformity fee as we talk about redeveloping and of older commercial properties. So more to come on those fronts for our committee. I also want to shout out the Anchorage Chamber of Commerce last week held its Gold Pan Awards, and so congratulations to the Chamber, congratulations to all the members, and to the winners of their Gold Pan Awards. And lastly, Mr. Chair, I appreciate the opportunity to be here, and I offer a word of gratefulness for the community to continue to support the work that we all do, and happy Thanksgiving, everyone.
Thank you. Mr. Rivera.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. At the last Housing and Homelessness Committee, we discussed the ongoing implementation of emergency cold weather shelter, including possibly setting up a warming center in Fairview, as well as Midtown, Mountain View, and Russian Jack. In addition, there will be a municipal audit committee scheduled in December to discuss the ACFR, the Annual Comprehensive Financial Review, and ARPA auditing, an issue that has been bubbling up recently. Also, as a reminder to my colleagues as well as members of the administration, the annual Alaska Municipal League Conference is coming up the week of December 4th, and as the hosts of that conference, I hope to see a lot of folks there. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Rivera. Ms. Bronca.
I met with the downtown partnership and Visit Anchorage for executive meeting on Thursday of last week. And they had some conversation about short-term rentals, and they are actually going to be doing their own study and integrating it with AirDNA. They talked about how VRBOs and Airbnbs are, if you combine them together, would be the single largest hotel in Anchorage, and how in July we're 100% booked, and so those platforms do have a place in our city. Though we do need to get more information on them. They're already deep in planning brochures and travel guides for next year, coming off their biggest tourism season ever, which was exciting. And I was impressed how the group keeps track of what's going on with the assembly and in the city, and looking for those projects that are going to benefit tourism and help overall make Anchorage a better place. The Health Policy Committee meeting is meeting on December 6th in the Assembly Chambers downtown, and it meets at 9:15. Is that correct? Yeah.
Is that it? Ms. Bronca, thank you. Mr. Johnson.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair. The last meeting of the Enterprise and Utility Oversight Committee was on November 16th. We had a pretty packed agenda, so I'll try to just run over this quickly. We talked about the Ship Creek Small Boat Launch, about 700 launches and recoveries there annually, mostly small boat users, and some commercial activity. The cost to maintain it for the port's about $100,000 annually, and we're looking at about $4 million in deferred maintenance. So far, these costs have been covered by the large users at the port who don't actually benefit from the use of the launch. So no action was taken, but it's a conversation that I think will continue. We also discussed a contract for an independent cost estimate services for cargo terminals 1 and 2. These are large, this large $1 billion plus project. We recently, this last fall, approved the basis of design for Terminal 1. But still have decisions to make for Terminal 2. So this will provide us a refined estimate for what the cost will be for Terminal 1. And then with 2, we're going to look at 2 different estimates, whether we go with a 69-foot width or a 120-foot wide wharf option, because the difference there could be in the tens, if not hundreds of millions of dollars between those design options. Additionally, we talked about change orders for work being done on the environmental sign assessment as well as the new admin building. I guess to succinctly cover that, the costs have gone up some, but the work is progressing apace. We also discussed the instrument flight procedure project at Merrill Field, and this has been a topic of concern for the Fairview community. And some of it was based around some misconceptions that I think we were able to set straight at the meeting. There was a belief that this change would lead to taking of private property in Fairview. That is not the case. There's no eminent domain actions being taken. The FAA or no one else is talking about taking away anyone's homes here, so that's not on the table. There were concerns about noise and safety issues for the community, and what we're looking at here is adding an instrument approach into Merrill Field. So the benefit of this actually, I think, is will actually improve noise and safety for the community. It will lessen the need for aircraft to circle over Merrill Field, which does present some safety and noise issues. Instead, they'll be able to make approaches straight to the runway, which I think is a benefit to the neighborhood. There was also a misconception that this would somehow lead to larger aircraft operating in and out of Merrill Field. However, those limitations are set in Muni code, and there are no plans to change that. What we do get out of this most significantly is a safer option for aircraft to get in and out of Merrill Field when weather conditions are poor. And this is, I think, especially beneficial for medevac flights, as Merrill Field is the only airport that's adjacent to a hospital in Anchorage. So I think there are some real safety improvements there. Finally, we discussed Chugach electric easement, which is coming before the Assembly soon in the form of an ordinance. And essentially what we're changing is a legal definition from a right-of-way to an easement. And we need to do this to comply with the granting of a new Federal Energy Regulatory Commission license. Basically, the power and telecommunication lines that already go through far north Bicentennial Park, nothing's changing as far as those go. There's not actually a change in how the area can be utilized by park users or by the utility companies. It's simply a change in the definition, if you will. And since we're not actually disposing of conveying any municipal land, we do not believe that this would have to go through the voters in the form of a disposal. Finally, I'll just say the Enterprise and Utility Oversight Committee meeting, next one will be December 6th at 12:40, which is not our usual time, but we will be doing a debrief of the recent snow event there.
So I'll just take the moment as the chair and say there might be some other perspectives on all of those things that you just suggested were factual relating to what you heard at the committee. But I regret that I couldn't have been there, and we'll come back to those topics when we're convened on those topics again. Ms. Zolotow.
Thank you. I just wanted to put on everyone's radar on December 7th at 2 p.m. We have a joint work session of the Anchorage Assembly and the Native Village of Eklutna, whom we have a government-to-government relationship with, to discuss the Eklutna River Restoration Project. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Zolotow. Mr. Cross.
No updates, Chair.
Thank you. Mr. Volland.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So recently we had an AMATS Policy Committee meeting, and the Policy Committee approved sort of our list of recommended changes to the draft MTP. And I'm happy to say that I think some of those approved changes are in line with the resolution that we passed as a body. Some of our suggested changes. I do want to thank the mayor and his administration for meeting with me and discussing some of these recommended changes that we had in our resolution. I guess the significant changes, just quickly, are that we did approve a reduction of programmed funding from $105 to $40 million for the Seward Highway O'Malley Road to Diamond Boulevard Reconstruction Phase 2. Members may know, I think we passed 4 resolutions on that project in various iterations to either right-size it, reassess it, or cancel it altogether. In addition, we were able to program funding for the Artillery Road interchange reconstruction in Eagle River and an associated non-motorized project. And we also increased funding for complete streets projects on Gamble and Ingra. So I believe also members were circulated some other changes as well, but I think those are the main ones that the public will be interested in, and the next step will be to finalize the MTP. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Member Volland. Ms. Brawley.
Yeah, thank you. I have a few different reports. First, the Budget and Finance Committee. So the committee did not meet in November, but we have been working hard on the budget. We did hold a work session on Thursday, November 9th. So thank you again for everyone for your patience, because we needed to pivot to Teams due to the closure of Muni offices. So thank you again for your remote participation. Also to note, we have canceled our December 21st committee meeting, and we will be convening again in January 2024. For the Legislative Committee, the committee currently does not have a regular meeting scheduled for this year, but we will announce our intended schedule to happen during legislative session, which will start in January 2024. So look for that for those who are interested. I also want to note that the municipality is hosting a legislative luncheon at the Denina Center on Friday, December 1st. We're partnering with the mayor's office to make sure that event goes off without a hitch, and we will be continuing to build strong relationships with our Alaska legislators and share 2024 legislative priorities. And then finally, I'll note on that same topic, there is an assembly work session on the draft legislative program on Friday, December 1st. Following that luncheon, it will be at 1:30 p.m. The intent is to bring the final program to a vote at our next regular meeting on December 5th in accordance with our code. And again, this is the broad policy priorities and specific projects that we will be advocating for in Juneau to our state legislators, as well as continuing to press for investment in things like snow plowing and winter maintenance. The next item, AML, the Alaska Municipal League. Just a note that Anchorage is excited to again be the host for the 2023 annual AML conference. That's local governments from across the state coming into Anchorage to share information, build relationships, and learn best practices. That conference will be Wednesday, December 6th through Friday, December 8th at the Denina Center. This event brings together hundreds of local government officials, staff, municipal clerks, and partners to learn and collaborate. The board will also be setting its annual policy priorities and vote on resolutions to identify legislative priorities for all Alaska municipalities. And then finally, also on the topic of intergovernment relations, 3 members, myself, Chair Constant, and Vice Chair Zalatel, traveled to Atlanta, Georgia for the National League of Cities Conference last month, the annual City Summit. This event brought 4,000 people together from cities, towns, and villages across the United States, from Alaska to Puerto Rico, and brought us together to talk about issues facing all communities. Some of those issues that were brought up and commonly shared across the country: housing shortage and affordability, public safety, community health and wellness, and also keeping up with current trends in technology and governance. We also had the opportunity to participate as voting members in their annual business meeting. Similar to Alaska Municipal League, they adopt resolutions and policies that speak to local government's federal priorities, including infrastructure funding and housing supply. Our participation in the National League of Cities is a critical investment to the municipality's future, from standing with our peer cities across the nation to building relationships with communities with whom we can learn, and that we hope can learn from us as well. The National League of Cities will be celebrating its centennial in 2024 with a century of municipal leadership, collaboration, and advocacy. And those are my reports.
Thank you. Mr. Presvedia.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. No update tonight.
Thank you. Mr. Terrell.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So just to begin, schools canceled for quite a few days because of the snow. Thank you to everyone who participated in the effort to clear the snow. That being said, though, to all drivers, please be extra careful in neighborhoods and school zones, as the roads are better but not perfect. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Terrell. Now, I normally do this earlier in the agenda, but I want to take a minute. Are there students here from classes that are studying government? So, there's a lot. I'm going to ask you all to come on up to the dais. Just introduce yourself and tell us what class you're with. Come on. You're the winners tonight. There's a little green button or a yellow button on the microphone there. Thank you. Welcome.
Raymond Wallace in Service High School's government class.
Thank you. Welcome.
Is it going? Oh, my name is Michaela Hartman, and I'm from the same class at Service.
Thank you. Welcome.
My name is Owen Hickman, in the same class at Service.
Thank you.
My name is Camden Fresh. I'm from Chugiak High School, and I take a U.S. government class.
Welcome.
With Ogden.
Hit it again. There you go.
My name is Sydney Asanaro, and I'm from the same class at Service.
Oh, you just turned it off. There you go.
My name is River Watson. I'm from the same class at Service.
Hi, River.
My name is Georgia Lawton, and I go to Service as well.
Welcome.
My name is Danica Brandorf, and I also go to Service.
Welcome.
My name's Cooper Gashock, and I also go to Service.
Welcome.
Hunter Kennard from Service.
Welcome.
Gabrielle Warburton from Service.
Welcome.
Luke Stacy from Service.
Welcome.
Mia J. from Service.
Welcome.
My name is Sonia J., and I also go to Service High School.
Thank you so much for being here, everybody. I think about a third of the room are students tonight, and this is the most I've seen in a meeting in 7 years. And I'll say this is, as boring as it might seem tonight, the most important meeting of the year, because it's the night we adopt the budget for the whole next year. And so there are a couple meetings in the year that are of equal significance, but this one's very important. So it's good to see you all here. So next on the agenda, I think, is the addendum to the agenda. So before we get to the addendum, I'm going to address the late on the table items. So we have 4 items that are laid on the table tonight. 3 of them supplemental, 1 of them new. The first item is, and I'll just read the new items, 10F12, Information Memorandum, unnumbered AIM 2023, Transmittal of Planning and Zoning Commission Resolution Number 2023-19 regarding the General Government 2024 Capital Improvement Budget and 2024 to 2029 Capital Improvement Program. And this item is supplemental to the budget. Item 10F13, Assembly Information Memorandum unnumbered 2023 Municipal Budget Advisory Commission 2024 Proposed Budget Resolution November 2023, again supplemental to the budget. 11C2, Ordinance Number AO 2023-98S, an ordinance adopting and appropriating funds for the 2024 operating and capital budgets of the Anchorage Community Development Authority. That is a supplemental item to 11C. And then the new item, which will require a vote, it's 10G13, Assembly Memorandum unnumbered 2023 Board of Adjustment Appointment Michael Rose. So I need a motion to lay this item on the table.
So moved.
Second.
Moved by Ms. Zalatel, seconded by Member Volland. This item is an item that requires 8 votes to pass. Mr. Byrd, would you like to briefly speak to this item?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Yes, the Board of Adjustment, as I think some of you know on the body, currently has 4 appointees who are serving. There is a for it that is causing 2 of those seated members to recuse themselves, and we need at least 3 to be able to, on the Board of Adjustment, hear the case. So we were asked by members of the Assembly to make this a priority, and that is why it is being laid on the table so that due process can be followed. We'll get another appointed member on this body who then can be a member of a 3-member panel. It will not, my understanding, Mr. Chair, is that it will not be up for a vote tonight, but it will be publicly noticed and be available for a vote in the first meeting in December.
Absolutely true. So the Assembly leadership concurs with the required time sensitivity of this item. It is being introduced tonight and set for public hearing on the meeting of 12/5/2023. Any discussion? Okay, members may proceed. I guess I would like to ask unanimous consent. Is there any objection to this item being laid on the table? Hearing and seeing none, this item has been laid on the table as part of the consent agenda. So that lays to rest the laid on the table procedures. Now I'd like to ask for a motion to incorporate the addendum as printed and distributed in the laid on the table items.
So moved.
Second.
So I have a motion by Ms. Zalatel, seconded by Member Volland. Any objection? Hearing and seeing none, the addendum and laid on the table items have been incorporated into the agenda.
Mr. Chair, quick point of order.
Yes.
There were two items literally laid on the table. One was a Girdwood Board of Supervisors resolution, and the other is a letter. Both seem to be in regards to the budget, but I believe both would need an AIM in order to be incorporated into the budget. We still, into the official record of the budget, we still have time to do that. But I wanted to bring that to folks' attention because I didn't want them to get lost in the shuffle.
So is there a member who would like council to draft an IM to introduce those items? Mr. Johnson?
Yes, I caught the one for the Girdwood Board of Supervisors letter of support, and I would like to see that
I would prefer
incorporated
that
as an AIM, and I
both
didn't
go
catch the other
together.
one.
Can we do both of them together? Yeah. Any objection? Okay, so council, we have these two laid on the table. I don't know if we received them electronically, but thank you. So we'll get working on that, but we don't need to do that before we move on. We can lay those on the table later. They're supplementary. Okay, so next on the agenda is appearance requests. So we do have an appearance request tonight. Mr. Whitaker, welcome. All right, you'll have 3 minutes.
Good evening. When I first came to Anchorage in the middle 1980s, I thought they were going to build a gas line, and that never happened. I couldn't find a job. I ended up living at the Brother Francis shelter until my luck changed. And I remember Brother Bob at the Brother Francis shelter. He said, "There go, but the grace of God go I." Any one of us could be homeless. Any one of us could be homeless. This community needs to do more for the unhoused. So tonight, there are two things I have solutions for. Number one, there is absolutely no reason why so many homeless, unhoused people need to be in North Anchorage. The municipality of Anchorage can contract with the Alaska State Fair in Palmer to use some of their facilities and take some of these people that need better housing out to Palmer at the State Fair. We don't need to recreate the wheel. They already have those buildings built. The state troopers are across the street with proper security. It would be fine. Okay? The second issue, which is more long-term, is the land bound by 9th, 10th, A and C Street, the east end of the park strip. By municipal charter, if you're going to rezone that land, you have to have a ballot initiative. And so I hope this body can put forth a ballot initiative to rezone that land to affordable housing. And the second thing that is in conjunction with that is, and by the way, I brought this up to the Berkowitz administration and they refused to take any action on it. So this is not a new idea. The second component to the ballot initiative is a $50 million public-private partnership bond issue to build affordable housing on the aforementioned land. Okay? I estimate we could build, and I'm not an architect, but somewhere between 500 and 1,000 units of housing on that land, 9th, 10th, A, and C Street. I've got 3 seconds. God bless you, and keep up the good work.
Thank you, Mr. Whitaker. All right, next we have the consent agenda. Consent agenda items are numbered 10A through 10F and are typically routine or non-controversial items such as bid awards, new business, information reports, and ordinances and resolutions for introduction. The items on the consent agenda may be approved or accepted or introduced by the Assembly by a single vote on the motion to approve the consent agenda. Prior to approval, items may be pulled by an Assembly member for discussion and separate vote on any of those items. Under the Assembly Rules of Procedure, all ordinances and some resolutions will have an opportunity for public hearings at a future date. So now I'd like to go down the dais. We'll start with Mr. Prisverdia. Any items you'd like to pull?
10B3.
So that's 10B3. Thank you, Ms. Brawley.
10D8.
Mr. Bolland.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. 10A3.
Thank you, Mr. Cross.
10A1.
Thank you, Mr. Cross. Ms. Zalatel.
My item's been pulled, thank you.
All right. Mr. Johnson.
10C2.
Ms. Branca.
No items for me.
Thank you. Mr. Vera.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. My item has been pulled.
Mr. Martinez.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. My item has been pulled.
Mr. Myers.
No additional items.
Actually, Mr. Chair, 10A2.
And do you member?
No items, thank you.
All right, thank you. So I have 10A1, 10A2, 10A1, Mr. Cross, 10A2, Mr. Volland, 10A3, Mr. Volland, 10B3, Mr. Presverdia, 10C2, Mr. Johnson, 10D8, Ms. Brawley, and that's it. Anyone else? Okay. I'd like to ask for a motion to approve the consent agenda minus pulled items.
So moved.
So moved.
Second.
Moved by Ms. Zalatel, seconded by Mr. Volland. I'd like to ask for unanimous consent. Hearing and seeing no objection, the consent agenda has been adopted. And Madam Clerk, I would just like to note that on item 10D22, there was a scrivener's error on finding number 4. The word for, F-O-R, is written twice. It should be removed just so it reads grammatically correct. So with that, then we'll move right into our business. We have item 10A1. A1 is AR 2023-389, a resolution of the Anchorage Municipal Assembly recognizing November 20th through December 20th as Survivors of Homicide Victims Awareness Month. And what's the will of the body?
Move to approve.
Second.
Moved by Mr. Cross, seconded by Mr. Volland. Is there any objection? Hearing and seeing none, that item has been adopted. I see that I have Mr. Cross presenting. Mr. Martinez reading?
That's correct, Chair.
All right, thank you. Is someone here to receive this? Welcome. Please come on down. Mr. Martinez.
A resolution of the Anchorage Municipal Assembly recognizing November 20th through December 20th, Survivors of Homicide Victims Awareness Month. Whereas losing a loved one to a homicide is one of the most traumatic events a person can experience, and whereas homicide victims are loved and grieved by mothers, fathers, sisters, brothers, sons, daughters, husbands, wives, partners, grandparents, aunts, uncles, extended family members, friends, neighbors, classmates, colleagues, and communities across the country. And whereas, according to the Department of Public Safety, Crime in Alaska 2022 report, a total of 70 murders were reported in Alaska, up from 42 in 2021. And the Anchorage Police Department reported 30 homicides in 2022, up from 19 in 2021. And whereas Alaska's Homicide Memorial in Hostetler Park currently has 521 names engraved of innocent victims of homicide throughout Alaska, whose names are read at an annual ceremony that includes families of the victims. And whereas survivors, advocates, and providers are working to implement equitable and effective community-based responses to homicide, Victims for Justice, a statewide organization established in 1985, served 263 individuals this year. Now, therefore, the Anchorage Assembly honors the Survivors of Homicide Victims Awareness Month, November 20th through December 20th, expressing support to survivors of homicide victims, including families, schools, and communities. And the Anchorage Assembly, its departments, and mayor call on community members to respond to all families suffering in the aftermath of a homicide with compassion and support services to all surviving families family members of homicide victims in Anchorage, you are not alone. Your community joins you in your pain and offers empathy, passed and approved by the Anchorage Assembly this 21st day of November 2023.
Thank you. Now, welcome. Do you want to say anything? Do you have the microphone? You don't have to walk away without comment.
Oh, thank you for recognizing this awareness month, and we really appreciate you guys doing that every year for our victims of homicide here locally in Anchorage. We encourage you to participate in the Homicide Memorial in July when it's warm and the trees are all blooming in the Hostetler Park, and the Anchorage municipality did a great job refurbishing that park so it's accessible for everybody, and thank you again so much for your support.
Thank you. It was a tough week on the subject. All right, next we have item 10A2, Resolution 2023-390, a resolution of the Anchorage Municipal Assembly recognizing November 2023 as Assistive Technology Awareness Month. What's the will of the body?
Move to approve.
Second.
Moved by Mr. Vaughn, seconded by Ms. Zalatil. Is there any objection? Before we get to the vote, Ms. Zalatil would like to be added. Anyone object to being added? Okay, maybe add all members. Thank you. With that then, and is there any objection? Hearing and seeing none, that item is adopted unanimously. I have Mr. Vaughn reading, Mr. Myers presenting. Who is receiving this? Come on down, thank you. Welcome. Mr. Vaughn.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. A resolution of the Anchorage Municipal Assembly recognizing November 2023 as Assistive Technology Awareness Month. Whereas assistive technology is any item, piece of equipment, or product system that is used to increase, maintain, or improve the functional capabilities of an individual with a disability or an older adult. And whereas an assistive technology service is any service that directly assists an individual with a disability or an older adult in the selection, acquisition, or use of an assistive technology device. And whereas in 2022, the Centers for Disease Control and Prevention reported that 1 in 4 individuals in the United States, or almost 61 million individuals, has a disability, and among adults 65 years of age and older, 2 in 5 have a disability. And whereas assistive technology enables individuals with disabilities and older adults to be included in their communities and in inclusive classrooms and workplaces. And whereas assistive technology devices and services are necessities, not luxury items, for millions of individuals with disabilities and older adults, without which they would be unable to live in their communities, access education, or obtain, retain, and advance gainful, competitive, and integrated employment. And whereas Alaska is a leader in the development and implementation of assistive technology services for individuals with disabilities and older adults, providing valuable information, assistance, and education for the procurement of assistive technology solutions and services through assistance from organizations such as Assistive Technology of Alaska. And whereas Assistive Technology of Alaska educates Alaskans of any age with any disability or impairment, regardless of income or diagnosis, on the solutions and services that can enhance their quality of life. Now, therefore, the Anchorage Assembly recognizes November 2023 as Assistive Technology Awareness Month and encourages the people of Anchorage to further their awareness about assistive technology solutions and services. Passed and approved by the Anchorage Assembly this 21st day of November 2023.
Yeah, there you go.
Good evening. My name is Tori Gingras, and I'm with Assistive Technology of Alaska. As I thought about what I wanted to share with you all today, of course, the obvious route of talking about all of the data that goes behind what we do. But really, each piece of data represents a person, and each person has a story. So instead, I want to share 2 of their stories with you. The first story is about an individual who has locked-in syndrome. They can't move, communicate, or do anything without the help of assisted living home staff. The individual has a lot to say, but no way to say it. She qualified for many of our programs and received education, equipment, and training on assistive technology. She can now communicate her wants, needs, preferences, even her pain levels with staff through the use of an iPad with specialized eye tracking controls and applications. She also now has the autonomy to choose what she wants to watch on TV, whether or not she wants lights on in her house, or to be able to have conversations with her loved ones through an Alexa and her iPad controls. The next story is about an individual with vision loss. They were in jeopardy of losing their home because they could no longer see their phone screen or read their bills. She qualified for one of our programs and obtained 2 different types of magnifying devices. These devices allow her to magnify paper documents up to 75x magnification. She began to cry when these items were demonstrated for her for the first time. She'd become so depressed because she could no longer read her mail, letters, email, or texts any longer. Not only did these solutions give her back the option of living independently, it also helped to improve her mental health and quality of life. Assistive technology is not a fix-all solution, but it does give people the chance to live independently and control what that looks like for them. Life-changing, it may come across as a cheap descriptor, but time and time again, I've seen firsthand how it does just that. So thank you for acknowledging the impact assistive technology can have with this resolution. Now I'm proud to introduce you all to Carla Wright, Resource Specialist with Aging and Disability Resource Center here in Anchorage.
Thank you, Tori. My role is a resource specialist to know about all the resources and services in Anchorage, and assistive technology is unbelievably an asset to folks that are seniors living independently. It enables them to be able to remain independent with having those services available to them. I appreciate that you passed this because you acknowledge this service. This is a very valuable service, not only for young people, but also for our older citizens. And as all of us know in this room, we have quite a few seniors in our community. So once again, thank you very much for passing this, and you guys have a happy Thanksgiving.
Thank you. Mr. Volland.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I want to thank you both for being here to accept this and for sharing those stories, particularly, of course, for me, the story about the vision technology is near and dear to my heart because of my other job. But I also want to give a special shout out to Mr. Jacob Tatum's social studies class at Betty Davis East Anchorage High School. We received emails from Kalia, Brianna, Bianca, and Brenna because they noticed that our Assembly 101 video series did not have closed captions. And so thank you to that class. Because of your civic engagement and the emails that you sent us, our Legislative Services team is working to close caption that series and have made a commitment to close caption all future video content.
Yeah. Thank you so much.
Thank you for being here.
All right, next we have item 10A3, Resolution AR 2023-401, resolution of the Anchorage Municipal Assembly recognizing November 20th, 2023 as Transgender Day of Remembrance. What's the will of the body?
Move to approve.
Second.
Moved by Mr. Rivera, seconded by Ms. Zalatel. Is there any objection?
Mr. Chair.
Oh, okay, before we adopt, who would like to be listed as a co-sponsor? We'll go down the dais. Mr. Martinez?
Yes, Chair.
Okay, Ms. Braga, Mr. Johnson, myself, Ms. Zalatel, Mr. Volland, Ms. Brawley, and Mr. Presverdia. Now I would ask, is there any objection? Hearing seeing none, that item is adopted. I have Mr. Rivera reading, Ms. Brawley presenting. Please come on down, folks. Welcome.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. A resolution of the Anchorage Municipal Assembly recognizing November 20th, 2023 as Transgender Day of Remembrance. Whereas Transgender Day of Remembrance is an annual observation on November 20th that honors the memory of transgender, non-binary, and gender-expansive people around the world whose lives have been lost to anti-transgender violence. And whereas Transgender Day of Remembrance was established by Gwendolyn Ann Smith in 1999 to honor Rita Hester, a transgender woman of color who was killed in 1998, and other transgender people whose lives were lost to anti-transgender violence. And whereas Transgender Day of Remembrance provides a forum for the transgender and gender-expansive community and their allies to raise awareness of the threat of violence faced by transgender people and the prejudice and discrimination that they face in their daily lives. And whereas in 2023, 88% of transgender victims have been people of color, 52% were Black transgender women, 72% were killed with a gun, and 48% were misgendered or dead-named by authorities or the press. These statistics do not include deaths by suicide, poverty, or the many other ways that transgender lives can be prematurely cut short. And whereas violence against transgender people, particularly Black, Indigenous, and Latina transgender women of color, is a systemic and societal issue that we must collectively commit to acknowledging and ending. And whereas transgender people frequently experience discrimination and are disproportionately affected by hate crimes, violence, high levels of unemployment, homelessness, and barriers to accessing adequate quality health care. And whereas we recognize and honor the bravery and resilience of Anchorage's transgender and gender-expansive community, our family, friends, neighbors, and colleagues who live, work, and play in Anchorage as their authentic selves, desiring nothing more than to be treated with the respect and dignity that they deserve. Now, therefore, the Anchorage Assembly resolves to recognize November 20th, 2023 as Transgender Day of Remembrance, passed and approved by the Anchorage Assembly this 21st day of November 2023.
Welcome.
Good evening. My name is Reverend Dr. Denise Sudbeck, and I want to thank the Anchorage Assembly for passing and offering and passing this resolution. I think that every person standing behind me was present at the Anchorage Transgender Day of Remembrance Memorial last night. We were all there. I also suggest that this is, in my experience of being here this time of year, this is probably the largest group ever of trans and gender nonconforming people who have ever turned out for this presentation. And for some of us, it takes a great deal of courage to come forward, to be in public, to be recognized this way. Every person here leads a life of considerable bravery and considerable courage to be who they are. And so we'd like to thank you for that. Also, I think in terms of the group of people who are here tonight, we are certainly the most diverse in terms of age. I suspect I'm probably the oldest, but we have a number of young people here. We are students, we are employees, we are parents, we are family members, we are your neighbors. And we thank you for recognizing us as such. Thank you very much.
So I have a question or a comment, Ms. Brawley.
Yeah, thank you. I just wanted to say thank you for being here tonight, and thank you for the opportunity to hold space with you last night. This is a personal issue to me. I have multiple family members, multiple generations, and friends who identify as transgender and non-binary. So again, I really appreciate that you're here tonight, and thank you.
And I would have myself in the queue and just say that these times are still unprecedented and difficult when you have whole governments working to create you or us as the enemy. And I am here to say from this dais, from this chair, the chair of the Anchorage Assembly, we will defend and protect the people of this municipality, and as much as we can, the people of the state of Alaska, against the attacks that you're facing and we are facing right now. Thank you all. All right, next on to the agenda, we have item 10B3. 10B3 is AR 2023-404, a resolution of the Anchorage Municipal Assembly establishing, one last comment. I'm going to say between the students from Anchorage School District and the people here to honor Transgender Day of Remembrance, I would say that's half the room. And I want to honor that. Okay, now 10B3, Resolution AR 2023-404, a resolution of the Anchorage Municipal Assembly establishing an implementation plan and timeline for the Anchorage Child Care and Early Education Fund. What's the will of the body?
Move to approve.
Second.
Moved by Mr. Presverdia, seconded by Mr. Volland. Mr. Presverdia.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I just wanted to pull this item to give members an opportunity to ask any questions. This resolution outlines the implementation team's plan to engage the community, to engage stakeholders and experts over the course of the next few months to ensure that the accountability board and the process in terms of how this funding is managed and distributed is done in the most thoughtful way possible. It includes a timeline and specific actions that are going to be taken over the next year, and lays out a very concrete plan for ensuring that that this board and this process is done right. So I just wanted to thank my colleagues, Ms. Bronga and Mr. Cross, and especially the members of the implementation team who've come on so far. The team is still being built, and this resolution outlines some of that as well. So. Just want to thank folks for their work on this, and looking forward to the next year, to engaging the public and the community in lots of different ways to make sure that this process is done right. And I think me and my colleagues are willing to answer questions if members have them. Thank you.
Ms. Salatel.
Thank you. Thank you for this resolution. It's a really great update. So I'm wondering if we could call it the ACCEE Fund, ACE Fund. So if we could separate out in the acronym and just stop there, because I don't know, I can't take another large multi-lettered acronym. So with that, I'm going to add for hopefully what comes across as a friendly amendment on line 8, which is in the parenthesis, instead of having it read ACCEEF, have it read ACCEE space word fund. So it becomes known as the ACE Fund, and then conforming throughout. And I'll give the clerk the written version of that if I can get a second.
Second.
Motion to amend by Ms. Salatel, seconded by Mr. Presverdia. One moment for the clerk.
I'll just speak to that briefly, Mr. Chair, if I
Please,
can.
you have the floor.
I think it's a really creative idea. Thank you.
The ACE Fund, it makes it easy. Or the double ACE Fund. Do you have that, Madam Clerk? Perfect, thank you. So we have the amendment up before us. We have a motion and a second. Anyone wish to speak to the motion? Hearing, seeing none, members may proceed to vote. I guess I'll just ask unanimous consent. Any objection? Okay, the item is amended. Next, we have Ms. Brawley.
Yeah, thank you. Just a couple additional points. You'll see in the resolution itself, there's a website. So for those members of the public who are interested in staying involved, you can go to www.careforanchoragekids.com. So look for more updates in the next few months as we continue, as Mr. Presverdia said, to work through the implementation. Second, I just want to note for members, there's a budget amendment related to continued funding of this important work that we'll be taking up a little bit later this evening. So I just wanted to make sure that connection was clear between this resolution and the amendment. So I want to thank you. I want to thank the Alaska Children's Trust for taking the lead on this work and kickstarting the process this fall. So the sponsor's intent is to continue this important work into the new year, which includes committing funding to this project. So with that, we'll speak about it more later. Thank you.
I'll just put myself briefly in the queue and say I have had some concerns all along the way, and after seeing the way that this committee worked this up, I'm really grateful, and I moved strongly to the supportive category. So thank you for your work and diligence. Mr. Cross.
Yeah, I want to give a call out to Austin Quinn Davidson, former assembly person, who's also been helping us. She's been really instrumental in pushing this along. She's been extremely helpful, and I want to make sure we give her specific recognition and her efforts as well. Thank you.
Anyone else? Seeing none, members may proceed to vote. All right, on a vote of 11 to 0, AR 2020, on a vote of 11 to 0, and the youth member votes
Yes.
yes, AR 2023-404 as amended has passed the body. Thank you for the gentle reminder, Madam Clerk. So next we have item 10C2. 10C2 is AM 902-2023, amendment number 2 to non-encumbering contract number 4400001652 with Yard Chief Yard Care, Inc. to provide cemetery maintenance and burial services on an as-required basis. What's the will of the body?
Move to approve.
Second.
Moved by Mr. Johnson, seconded by Ms. Zalatel. Mr. Johnson.
Yeah, thank you. I just had a couple points I'd like to clarify with the Parks and Rec Director.
Mr. Braniff, welcome.
Mike Braniff, Parks and Recreation Director.
Yeah, thank you. So this contract was originally awarded back in April, and then we made an amendment to increase the amount authorized back in October. Now, here we are again looking to further increase the amount of funding required, not just for this year, but also looking speculatively at future years for the contract. Can you just kind of speak to what's driving these increases?
Sure. So the contract is bid on a line item basis where individual services, a price is bid for those, and then as we look forward, that is based upon historical averages for how often those services are needed. And so the original contract was $190,000. And I forget the point in the year where it became clear that we were going to exceed the contract capacity. And so we exercised the 20% change order option, which was an additional $38,000. And like I said, we've had above average demand for burial services this year. And so I anticipate, although we don't have the billing yet, that we would exceed that contract capacity this month when we receive the November bill. And so what we're asking for is some more non-encumbering room on the contract to be able to complete this year. And this contract, I should say, it includes really two elements. It's burial services as well as the general landscape maintenance of the cemetery property.
Okay, thank you. And it sounds like, I mean, just kind of looking at like to increase the 4-year, 1-year option periods from 191,000 to 400,000. So we sort of anticipate that the need for people to be buried in the Anchorage Cemetery is going to, it's coming up and will stay high. Is that sort of our expectation going forward?
Actually, no. It's an interesting situation with the cemetery. I was speaking with the cemetery director last week, and he told me at the time that we're down to 12 grave plots remaining in the public portion of the cemetery, and there's many portions of the cemetery. The Archdiocese owns a portion. There's a Muslim and a Jewish portion, and several that belong to fraternal organizations as well. And those organizations have been generous in the past with offering some of their grave sites to the public or to the cemetery. I think as the reality of the scarcity is realized by everybody, that they won't view themselves as being able to afford to be so generous going forward. And it highlights the need for more capacity. And I think that for burials in general, the other public cemetery in Anchorage will see increased demand next summer. So.
Okay, thank you for that. I'd just like to again highlight the fact that we are running out of space in our cemetery, and that's something we need to figure out, not tonight, but long-term going forward. And with that, I'm happy to support this AM.
Thank you. Ms. Zalatel.
Thank you. So with these anticipated increases in the contract, does your budget contemplate absorbing these increases if we were to, I know it's not encumbering, but if we were to encumber up to what is projected here, is your budget sufficient to cover it?
Yes, our Parks and Rec budget, which would be to say our Anchorage Bowl area budget would be able to cover the remainder of cemetery operations, although that is area-wide funded. But we as a department can cover it.
Okay, great, thank you.
All right, anyone else? Hearing seeing none, members may proceed to vote. On a vote of 11-0 and the youth member votes
Yes.
yes, AM 902-2023 has passed the body. Next, we're on to item 10D8. 10D8 is AM 896-2023 Board of Ethics Forest Neighbors. What's the will of, or Ms. Brawley, you pull this item.
Thank you. I understand there's a move to postpone.
All right, so Ms. Alatillo.
Yes, I move to postpone this item to the next meeting, December 5th.
So a motion to postpone by Ms. Alatillo. Is there a second?
Second.
Seconded by Ms. Brawley. Ms. Alatillo.
Thank you. In discussing this particular seat with the clerk's office, we've learned that there appears to maybe be a misalignment in terms and seats. And it's something that's occurred before, and it sounds like has been around and been a problem for actually quite some time, even preceding this administration, and we should get it cleared up. So we can work together, hopefully, to clear up whatever that misalignment is and bring this back on the 5th. Thank you.
Thank you. And just of note, these issues are getting very few now, which is good. It means we're getting through the ironing of all the wrinkles of the last 5 administrations. So, any objection? I guess I'll just ask members may proceed to vote. Motion is postponed to December 5. On a vote of 11-0, and the youth member votes
Yes.
yes, AM 896-2023 has been postponed to the meeting of December 5th. So it was noted to me that there may be 6 more students who showed up that didn't introduce themselves at the beginning of the meeting. And so since they snuck in, we're going to ask you to come in and come up to the dais and introduce yourselves. So come on down and tell us your name and which class you're from. We saw you. Don't make us call you out individually. Security, that's right. Come on down, folks. If you didn't already introduce yourself and you're here as a member of a student class, come on down. Just tell us your name, what class you're here for, what school you're from. Is it more than 6, Mr. Rivera? Counting lessons. Well, please turn the microphone on. There's a green button. There's a little green button right there. There you go, it's on.
My name is Angela. I'm a senior at Service High School. I'm part of the seminar program, and we're currently here for our government class.
Thank you. Welcome.
Press the green button.
It's already on.
It's on.
I'm Bronwyn. I'm also from Service. I'm also a senior and also here for the government class.
Thank you.
I'm Mare Hartman. I'm also here for hours, and thank you for having us.
Welcome.
Is it on?
It's on.
Okay. My name is Maddie Renard. I'm also here for government class.
Welcome.
My name's Callie Williams, and I'm also here with seminars government class. Thank you.
Welcome.
I'm Owen. I'm a senior, and yeah, same thing. Yeah.
Welcome.
I'm Tyler. I'm a senior from Service High School, and I'm also in the government class.
Thanks.
My name is Joseph Hansen, and I'm here for the government class.
Welcome.
My name's Hannah Catchin, and I'm also here for the same class. My name is Ayla Bundolan, and I'm the same as everyone.
Welcome.
My name is Shane McDonald. I'm also here for the seminar government class.
Welcome.
I'm Sammy Hermanson, and you can probably guess where I'm from.
Service High. Welcome.
I'm Eliana Lean, and I'm here for a government class.
Welcome.
My name is Melena Hose. I'm also here for the government class.
Hello, I'm Ajane, and I'm actually from East. And my teacher has promised me, not promised, but incentivized me to come to this meeting so he can give me UAA versus UAF hockey tournament games. So,
awesome. Welcome.
Nice to meet you all.
Thank you all. So we're glad to have you all here. Students outnumber adults, and it's a good thing. Welcome to your, hopefully, maybe your first government meeting. What's going to happen now is we're going to take our regularly scheduled break, and we're going to come back. And, we have a minute. Why don't we do the motion to change the order of the day now? we're going to go ahead and change the order of the day. Then we're going to take our regularly scheduled dinner break, and then we're going to come back and tackle the budget and get through the rest of our business. I recommend you stick around, and then you'll get your signatures as required. Ms. Alatel.
Thank you. I move to change the order of the day to take up items 11A, B, and C after item 13E, and then take up item 13A after item 13F, and following the conclusion of 13A, take up the 15s.
Second.
Wait, that wasn't the motion. Hold on. Hold on. The clerk sent it to us. It's slightly different. Yeah, it's slightly different.
Why does it have to change? It's the same.
Except item 12, I think, didn't get moved.
It did. She didn't say it, but she moved things around it.
Okay, good enough, then you got it. There's the motion up there. It's kind of complicated, but the gist of it is that we'll take up the public hearings on the budget first. We'll do the public hearings and get through that process of those items. Then we'll finish the rest of the budget items. Then we'll take up the must-pass 15 items, and then we'll go back up and go through the rest of the agenda in the order that remains. And so that's the gist. Is there any objection to the motion to change the order of the day? It was, did we have a second? Moved by Ms. Zaltel, seconded by Mr. Volland. Now, is there any objection to changing the order, take it up in that order? I am not hearing or seeing any, so the agenda has been changed, the order of the day. And now we'll take our regularly scheduled dinner break. We should be back in 20 minutes or so. Thank you, everybody. All right, ladies and gentlemen, I believe it's now time to come back to order. We're all present. Thank you, everybody. Welcome back. Next up on the agenda is going to be item 13A. No, excuse me, 13B. 13B is AO 2023-95, an ordinance of the Municipality of Anchorage adopting and appropriating funds for the 2024 general government operating budget for the Municipality of Anchorage. The third and final public hearing on this item is now open. Anyone wish to be heard on this item, please come forward. Anyone at all? Now's your chance. Welcome. The microphone's not on, so there's a green button. Welcome. Please state your name, what part of town you're from. You'll have 3 minutes.
Good evening. My name is Allison Tebow. I'm the Executive Director with Anchorage Youth Court. I just wanted to speak to the body this evening about the proposed amendment to the budget for appropriating funds to Anchorage Youth Court. A number of you have had the opportunity, if not privilege, to work with some of our youth members and speak with them over the last several months. Several of you also were able to attend our most recent mock intro to the court training to really get to see what our youth do. As some of you are aware, Anchorage Youth Court's funding was cut by the municipality earlier this year from what is normally $90,000 to just $3,000. Our program provides invaluable public safety support, provide a quality after-school program. This year to date, we have coordinated over 250 youth members and 70 defendants. Our youth have actually served over 4,200 community service hours in the last year to date, and we still have more work to do before the end of our calendar year. If Anchorage Youth Court's funding is not continued forward for the coming future, especially into the next fiscal year, we might be forced to actually cut our already small staff of 6 down to potentially 2 or 3, just so we can maintain our basic services as well. I hope that I can count on your support today and look forward to working with you all in the future. Thank you very much.
Thank you. So we do have a couple of folks on the phone for this item. We call the first one. Is that Ms. Sullivan?
Your call has been...
All right, thank you. Next, call Robin Dempsey. Oh, yeah, maybe we should check on that. One sec. I think she might have said only if we have questions. Does anyone in the room want to testify? Anyone else? Anyone at all? All right, welcome. Please state your name and what part of town. You'll have 3 minutes. Oh, you just turned the mic off. There you go.
Now I see the light. Yeah, my name is Mike Edgington from Girdwood. I'm speaking on behalf of myself. First of all, I will speak in favour, although I think maybe if you get hold of Brianna, she will speak more eloquently than I to the Girdwood emergency EMS funding. I was going to say something else about tax caps. So in our service area, we have many services, 6 currently. So we act in many ways like a mini city. We have a tax cap, but it's a very simple tax cap. It just says maximum. We just have a maximum mill rate each year. And if we decide to go under the tax cap one year, it doesn't really affect what we do in future years. But as I've been learning more and more about the municipal process, and particularly about the way that the tax cap affects the whole of the municipality, I realize that when we hear things like this year it's 12 million under the tax cap, because it has a cumulative effect and next year's tax cap is calculated from this year, it has a much, much bigger effect than that. And I thought to myself, how's it going to affect me? So I went to the Social Security Administration, put in my my birth gender and date of birth, and found out when SSA expects me to die, and calculated what effect that $12 million reduction would be if we project it, at least for my lifetime. And you have to make some guesses about what inflation is going to be, etc. But that 12 million cut equates to somewhere between $450 million and $500 million, reduced in total municipal ability to spend and provide services over the rest of my lifetime, which is until 2050. That was quite sobering, and at one level I like the phrase of we're not taxing to maximum capacity, but because of the details of how it's calculated, it's not just a decision for now, it's a decision that affects all of us for basically forever. Anyway, that's a minute. Thank you.
Thank you very much. So, yes, Ms. Dempsey was only to call if we had questions, so we don't need to go there. Last chance. Anyone wish to be heard on the general government operating budget? Anyone at all? Hearing, seeing none. Public hearing on this item is now closed. What's the will of the body? Oh, wait. Sorry, I'm going to interrupt. Before this, I want to speak briefly about the process for amendments. I know the movers have all of the details in this. I've individually spoken with folks that the intent tonight with this stack of amendments is that we're going to do a similar process to the consent agenda. If there are items within the omnibus amendments you wish to pull to speak about more in depth, because you need more information or have some questions, we will go through and identify those, and we'll speak more in depth about those under the omnibus amendments. And in that way, we don't spend 2 minutes on all 60 or 59 of these items. And so the intent is to be as streamlined as possible in the amendment process. Then when we get to the deliberations, take all the time we need, because we'll have that time. So now, I'm sorry, Ms. Altel, what's the will of the body?
Actually, Mr. Chair, I was going to see if we had those final laid on the table AIMs, because they will attach. Yep, can we go ahead and dispatch with that first?
Perfect.
So I'm moved to lay on the table unnumbered AIM with regards to the letter from a number of organizations, as well as resolution from the Girdwood Board of Supervisors.
Second.
So motion to lay on the table by Ms. Salatel, seconded by Member Volland. Letter of support from Visit Anchorage ADC, Anchorage Chamber of Commerce, Anchorage Downtown Partnership in support of the Capital Improvement Budget AO 2023-96 Amendment for Downtown Wayfinding. And then also there is a second one. We probably should do them one at a time. So moved and seconded. Is there any objection to laying this AIM on the table? I am seeing and hearing no objection. That item has been laid on the table. It's supplemental to the CIP-CIB discussion. Next, we have AIM unnumbered from Assemblymember Johnson, Girdwood Board of Supervisors Resolution 2023-23, resolution of support for amendment of AO 2023-95, the proposed 2024 general government operating budget to increase EMS funding for the Girdwood Fire Department. Mr. Johnson?
Move to approve.
Move to lay on the table.
Move to lay on the table.
Second.
Ms. Zalatel, so moved to lay on the table by Mr. Johnson, seconded by Ms. Zalatel. Is there any objection? Hearing and seeing none, that item 2 has been laid on the table. Thank you, Ms. Zalatel. Now, let's will the body. We are back on item 13B, AO 2023-95.
Move to approve.
Second.
Moved by Ms. Zalatel, seconded by Ms. Brawley. Ms. Zalatel.
Thank you. So wanted to kick off the discussion of the 2024 general government operating budget with a few comments, and I would really like to give the floor to Ms. Brawley, and then we wanted to go through the omnibus amendment as the chair described, and then the individual remaining amendments, and then I intend to have some comments after we move through that process. So if I may cede the floor to Ms. Brawley.
Ms. Brawley, recognized.
Yes, thank you. Before we dive into this amendment process, Budget and Finance Co-Chair Zalatel and I would like to share our sincere gratitude to all our peers on the body, members of the administration and departments, and experienced budget specialists who helped along the way. Special thanks to our hardworking team in the legislative branch and clerk's office. And shout out to our budget analyst, Desiree Camacho, who not only supports the budget team, but also has worked hard to manage all members' amendments and get us through the process as smoothly as possible. So thank you again. Our biggest job as the Assembly is to approve a sensible, balanced budget on time. Tonight is the most visible milestone in that process, but it's important to acknowledge that all along has been an intentional, thoughtful process, and with collaboration and compromise, we can follow through on our priorities. For departments, the work is year-round. They are implementing our priorities every day in the many functions of government and highlighting where we need to invest more or differently. The Assembly has been responsive and proactive in listening to those needs, setting our own priorities 2 months ago in a resolution, and we continue to focus on putting resources toward those priorities, which include winter maintenance of our road, public transit stops and sidewalks, public safety and emergency services, encouraging recruitment and retention of our hardworking city employees, and maintaining the high level of service that the public expects. We are also committed to fiscal responsibility. It is clear that true fiscal responsibility does not necessarily mean cuts to core services, because we end up paying more in other ways via emergency services and costs to residents and businesses. Instead, we will keep focusing upstream on prevention, routine maintenance, and retaining our great workforce as the best way to manage our public dollars. What you'll see in tonight's budget amendments are the Assembly's consistent, thoughtful attention to these priorities and ensuring that we continue to invest in our municipality, which is critical to having great quality of life for our whole community. And I will turn back to my co-chair. Thank you.
Ms. Zalatel.
With that, we move Zalatel and Brawley amendment, the omnibus amendment number says 52.
Second.
So amendment has been made by Ms. Zalatel, seconded by Ms. Brawley. Ms. Zalatel.
Thank you. This omnibus amendment appropriates $10,263,996 to the departments as listed below. We shall go through the process the chair has described and be able to speak to them accordingly.
All right, thank you. So we'll just head down the dais. We have amendment number 52. It has 27 items. Mr. Presverdia, any of those items?
I'm going to defer to my colleagues at this point. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Brawley.
I have none to pull out.
Mr.
Thank you.
Bond?
No item.
Mr. Cross?
No items.
Ms. Zalatel?
Yes, Mr. Chair, I do have a few I'm going to do it by line number, just for everyone's clarity. Line number 3, as well as line number 10.
Can you also read the name? Because I don't know if we're working on the same documents.
Oh, okay. I'm working off of the big packet. So it's reverse of one-time labor savings is line number 3. And then line number 10 is pull MIT from alcohol tax to move to general operating budget. And then, sorry, just one quick second. I believe that is it for me. Thank you.
Thank you. I have none. Mr. Johnson?
No items.
Thank you. Ms. Bronga?
No items.
Mr. Rivera?
No item.
Ms. Martinez?
No items.
And Mr. Myers?
No additional items, thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Zolotel. Item
Great.
number 3.
Item number 3 is the reverse of the one-time labor savings. I pulled this because I think it's important that we, in the context of actually moving through the budget, talk about what this proposal was. This proposal was to not fill for 12 months several vacant positions within the municipality. If you have tuned into the assembly in the past 12 months, you've heard us talking about the vacancy factor within the municipal workforce. We had today the 2022 budget report, kind of clearing up 2022. And then we also had the 2023 budget report through where we were towards the end of October. And if you look, our budget is significantly underspent this year due to vacancies. However, if we were to take this money out of the budget next year, some vacancies could be filled, but there wouldn't be 12 months of funding for those jobs the following year. To use a line from Mr. Martinez, we would be betting against ourselves that we aren't going to fill these jobs. And we're already seeing the effects of vacancies on not only the services our residents rely on and our constituents rely on, but the lack of institutional knowledge and the amount of contracting we're having to do. So we're paying for it one way or another. We are paying private firms to do jobs that the municipal workforce is otherwise traditionally done. And so this is a big piece to this budget because it was a key priority of the Assembly in the original budget priorities that it passed to work on employee retention and recruitment. This doesn't stand alone. If you go through the budget amendment list, you will see several other supplemental items to this key piece. We have really centered the municipal workforce front and center in this budget, and it's because we not only appreciate the hard work of the municipal workforce, but it's because we know the city doesn't run without it. Hard stop. Without a well-staffed municipal workforce, our city suffers. And this budget puts that front and center. So that is what I wanted to say about that. Thank you.
Ms. Briley, are you in the queue for that? Ms. Briley.
Yeah, just very briefly, just to put a fine point on it, I agree with my fellow member and co-chair. I also want to note that it is typical for an organization to have a vacancy factor, to assume that there are some positions that for part of the year are unfilled, and that is built into the typical budget process. But this is on top of that, saying that we are making specific cuts to some departments, again, assuming that we are not filling the job. So that is not a priority of the Assembly. We intend to enter 2024 with the expectation of a fully staffed municipality, and so this amendment represents that.
All right, so next item was item 10. Ms. Zolotel.
Thank you. I pulled this one because this is a little bit of a philosophical shift I wanted to discuss with the body. So this moves the mobile intervention team, the money we put in last year as one time to move that team to 24/7 and operationalizes it within APD's budget. I think starting something like that out in the alcohol tax is a great idea, but operationalizing it as a natural part of the police department's budget, to me, is really important. It says that these public safety services, these mental health public safety services within the police department are just part of their normal operations at a 24/7 level or capacity. And there was room to do that this year. And I think that it's an interesting way to think about how we're going to use the alcohol tax for first responders and public safety. I think if it's an opportunity to try some things, and if they work, then work really hard to put them back into the department's budgets. Because there has been, in the short history of the alcohol tax, much more flux in the alcohol tax than there is usually in these public safety budgets. So I wanted to highlight that. You'll see something similar when we get to the individual amendments around the mobile crisis team. Thank you.
All right, so now on the amendment, is there any more discussion? Hearing seeing none, members may proceed to vote. This is the Omnibus Amendment 52. On a vote of 10-1 and the youth member votes
Yes.
yes, the amendment has been adopted. They're here. Are these them?
those are the conforming amendments.
Desiree? 1 second. I believe there are some individual amendments that folks are going to want to move that I don't see where they are. Yeah, page 25. Thanks. All right, so on page 25 of your packet there, we have Crossmeyer, number 48, general government. So is there a motion?
Motion to approve.
Moved by Mr. Myers.
Second.
Second by Mr. Cross. Mr. Myers?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. This is a reoccurring $150,000 increase for the Chugiak Senior Center.
All right, Mr. Cross, go ahead.
Thank you. Yes, in the last, actually 2 years, the Chugiak Senior Center has seen significant cost increase, not due just specifically to inflation, but massive increases in insurance premiums, over $50,000 a year in insurance premiums, as well as a federal requirement for additional staffing. These additional mandatory positions that they need to fill in insurance premiums have caused their operation, administration, and insurance expenses to skyrocket. And so, although their actual expenses are well over $200,000, we felt a small increase to help offset that, understanding how critical taking care of our seniors are. As you know, during the last couple of years, our senior population has been, let's just say, unequally burdened by the cost and expense of everything across the board, including reducing services such as van rides to grocery stores and everything in light of fuel costs, insurance costs, vehicle maintenance. So this will help bridge that gap. And I would advise you that if you also received in your email today or yesterday a letter from the health department regarding how important it was for us to, I don't know if you guys got that email or you read it, but how important it was for us to target through our health department additional aid for seniors. So thank you.
Anyone else? Members may proceed to vote on Crossmeyer Amendment 48. On a vote of 11-0 and the youth member votes
Yes.
yes, that amendment has been adopted. Next, we have Crossmeyer's Amendment number 51.
Move Amendment 51.
Second.
Moved by Mr. Cross, seconded by Mr. Myers. Mr. Cross?
Thank you. This is for the Chugiak Fire Department, Volunteer Fire Department and Rescue. They were short on funding for the EMS budget. This is just would increase their 2024 Chugiak EMS budget by just shy of $79,742 reoccurring. This is to make sure that their professional equipment, communications, basically the tools that they're utilizing at the fire station are staying current. They've had some that have expired, and basically just making sure we're investing continually in our volunteer fire department. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Just to echo what Mr. Cross said, as you'll see, additional revenue or additional funds for fuel was $30,000. That's a substantial part of this. So I would just hope the members can support it. Thank you.
So I just have a question. I don't know who the question is exactly for, probably the manager. This is an EMS funding request because EMS is area-wide, but fire is not. Is that correct?
Through the chair, I believe that is correct, yes.
So I just want us to be really clear for folks that this is funding to support the EMS services out at Chugiak Eagle River Volunteer Fire Department. Okay, thank you all. Anyone else? Hearing and seeing none, members may proceed to vote. On a vote of 11-0 and the youth member votes
Yes.
yes, that amendment has passed. So next, I believe I have Brawley-Wallen Amendment number 50.
Yes, move to approve Brawley and Volland Amendment number 50.
Second.
Moved by Mr. Brawley, seconded by Mr. Wallen. Ms. Brawley?
Yeah, just briefly, this small investment is symbolic recognition and gratitude from the municipality for the contribution of Hmong soldiers and civilians for their important service and sacrifice during the Vietnam War. A couple weekends ago, I had the opportunity to attend a Veterans Day event to learn more about the Hmong community and this memorial project. And there's a project sheet included that gives more information. So the Hmong community of Alaska is working to install a memorial at Davis Park, pending approval, of course, by the Parks and Rec Commission in the neighborhood of Mountain View. And there's examples from some other states. So it seems appropriate because it's November that we are remembering our veterans everywhere for their service, celebrating the end of war and the promise of peace. So again, it felt very appropriate to set aside a very small portion of our budget in gratitude to the Hmong community so that they can create this memorial.
Thank you. Anyone else wish to speak to that? I'm seeing, hearing none. Members may proceed to vote. On a vote of 11-0 and the youth member votes
Yes.
yes, that amendment has passed. Next, we have amendment number 3, Mr. Rivera.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair. Just speaking briefly to this, I'm not going to be moving this amendment forward as this item mirrors an amendment that I wasn't aware that some of the leadership was working on through the alcohol tax. We'll get to that one later in the alcohol tax omnibus. I'll support that amendment instead as it achieves a similar purpose. Thanks.
All right, so then we're on to Rivera-Martinez amendment number 4, general government.
Move to approve Rivera-Martinez amendment number 4.
Second.
Moved by Mr. Rivera, seconded by Mr. Martinez. Mr. Rivera.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So this amendment is envisioned as really a continuation and expansion of the $1.3 million that we appropriated of emergency cold weather shelter funding to the Anchorage Affordable Housing and Land Trust. That funding focused solely on vacant and abandoned properties. This funding has a bit more of a broad scope, focusing on affordable housing generally, and, and meets several of the strategies laid out in the draft Housing Action Strategic Plan. Based on the advice of some members, the sponsors crafted a memo with clear legislative intent, which you can find at the end of the amendment. I get that some members might be nervous about amendment of this size and scope, I honestly didn't know if I was going to be bringing this forward, but after the Housing Action Summit, I had no more reservations. This work is critical, and we shouldn't be nervous about piloting new and creative work that falls in line with our vision, and I believe that this does 100%. I am happy to have some discussions around the total dollar number of this amendment. I haven't been keeping a sheet of how much tax capacity we actually have left. Hopefully, looking to our budget analyst, hopefully she can help guide on that. So we may need to amend the total dollar figure just based on reality. But otherwise, I do think that this amendment in some form should be approved. Thanks.
In the queue, I have a couple folks. Ms. Zalatil.
Thank you. So first, thanks to the sponsors for the additional information. I think that's very helpful. I support an amendment very much like this and a housing fund. I think I would like to reduce the amount because I would like to reduce the amount primarily for a couple of reasons. One is I don't think before we get through first quarter budget revisions that this money will be on the streets likely, because that will happen very quickly. Two, I want this fund to exist because I think it will be something that's important to talk about when actually we bring forward the short-term rental legislation. There may be an opportunity to work something into a fund concurrent. So I do want this fund to exist. I also think when we move into the new year, not only will we potentially, based on the reports we received today kind of about where budget to actuals are, but once we get the final CPI calculation for the year, we will have additional taxing capacity under the cap. So I'm going to move to amend this to $250,000.
Second.
So we have a motion to amend by Ms. Zalatil, seconded by Ms. Brawley, that reduces the amount to $250,000. Ms. Zalatil.
Nothing further. I
Ms.
teed it
Brawley,
up.
Anything else?
I'll just add that, yeah, I do believe that there's ample opportunity to put more resources toward this particular item, but I think we need a little bit more information first. Thank you.
All right, so in the queue, I have a handful of folks. Mr. Vaughn on the amendment or the main? Okay, Mr. Cross on the amendment or the main?
Amendment.
Go ahead.
It was on the main, but the amendment qualifies. Yeah, I would agree with this. I would really like to know what this looks like. Are we talking about grants? Are we talking about loans? What is that process, that application process? I guess I would like to know what that program looks like. In my experience, a lot of federal and state programs, we throw a bunch of money at them and there's huge pools of money, but then when people start applying for them, there's so many red lines and restrictions, they actually don't dole out the money. We saw that with, we saw that with HUD funds for individuals in trailer parks that were collapsing. They needed a minimum credit score, and yet these people are low income. And so, I would like to see what we're going to do with this money, and I think $250,000 to get it rolling and see what it looks like before we fund it to the tune of $3 million is wise. Thank you.
So I have then Mr. Rivera.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair. So I guess a question to our budget analyst, so I can get a better sense of if I support this amendment or not. So can you speak to me of the current, including the omnibus amendment plus the other amendments that we've already approved, what's our remaining tax capacity? Understanding that things may change in the future.
Ms. Camacho.
Through the chair, if I am keeping an appropriate log, I think there's about 2.6 million in capacity after the omnibus and the last amendments are approved.
Okay, thank you. Yeah, that helps me a little bit. So certainly we couldn't do the full 3 million, which I was somewhat expecting we might not be able to do that. I appreciate the thoughts of some of my colleagues of bringing it down to allow to do more, I guess planning was the word that I heard, before we possibly add more funds in April. Certainly it is my intent that the real estate department will be able to get this money out on the street in 2024. So if that means that we bring it down to another amount and then in first quarter, bring it back up to 3 million or whatever other number that this body decides, I suppose I could support that. You're hearing some reluctance because if real estate can be quick and nimble and get some money out quicker than April, I would like to give them the opportunity to do that. But perhaps that isn't realistic, and perhaps this 250,000 is more realistic. Curious to hear where the rest of my colleagues are on it, but I'm hesitantly supporting this amendment.
Mr. Martinez.
Thank you, Chair. I'm interested in knowing from the mover of this particular amendment if it's just 250 seems like we're not really committing, and even if it was a little more on this particular time, recognizing that there would be coming back in terms of first quarter budget budget, we can do some things then. But I think that today sending a signal of commitment is important, and I recognize the amount of money to do anything, right? And so we already appropriated $1.3 million in matching funds to approximately 30 units. So I just think to myself, if there was a percentage of that, maybe if this was at 500,000, that would be more palatable to say we are committed, it's not just a wash, and this is an area that we will move toward. So if there was any consideration of amending that, that would be something that I would hope for.
Yep. Thank you for the question. So a couple of thoughts. So I've been waiting on real estate to get some funding out the door on Holton Hills since first quarter of this year, and it hasn't happened. So I'm a little bit skeptical that they're likely to get something particularly of this magnitude, even at $250,000 out the door. I think the $250,000 figure isn't a small figure. It is a substantial figure that says, hey, we're not only going to create a housing fund, it's a fund that actually has some money in it that we fully intend to add to later. The last piece is, and the difference between this and the Anchorage Affordable Housing Land Trust appropriation, is that was a number of identified units ready to go now. Those project parameters it was direct. Versus what will we get when we put this money on the street? And I don't have quite enough clarity here as to what you're gonna get if you were to put this on the street and what real estate spin might be as to putting it on the street. So I would really like you all as sponsors of this, if it passes at whatever amount, to go back to real estate and work on what's gonna get put on the street, bring that back to us and say, this is how much money we need to make a difference in the new year. Thank you.
All right, so I have myself in the queue, and I am supportive of the amendment with a slightly different perspective on the output. What I would like to see is taking this number as a basis, have the sponsors work with the CEDC committee and the real estate leadership to come up with the next step. And then that gives us the projection to a real and tangible program. So you take the memo, that's the second page, and you work that into basically a resolution that frames up how this gets implemented, and then we fund it. It gives us a more meaty approach, and maybe we'll have more buy-in across the branches to achieve the goals. And I would also like to see it in the context of the outputs of the Housing Action Summit, so that when the work is done, drafting out the final reports of that, making sure that these deliverables are in line with what was out of the summit. So that's my hope. Ms. Braga.
So my first thought was, okay, we brought it down to an out the bathroom price. But when I look at this list of possible projects, it just seems so broad because it says rent stabilization, rehabilitating vacant and abandoned. There's just so much there, and I'm wondering also if real estate is bringing it forward. It seems like it would be a lot of work to review applications for this large amount. So I think I support this smaller amount. I think I could go higher than the 250,000, but I think the other was high.
Mr. Martinez, back in the queue.
Thank you, Chair. I just wanted to appreciate Member Zoltau for the explanation and some of the contextualization around the implementation challenges that we currently have and that you've experienced. I want to just be clear on this amendment. I will support that. I think that I don't have a problem moving on the amendment. I hear a commitment, but I wanted to communicate to the public. Earlier, the chair mentioned where our budgets are is where our values are, and housing is a priority. And we're talking about creating a housing fund to instigate and to open up housing. And to the question of the range. Yeah, there are lots of opportunities to redevelop, whether it's vacant and abandoned properties, whether there are other sorts of units that could be rehabilitated. But fundamentally, the one targeted area I want to just be clear about is we're focused on affordable housing with this particular housing fund, and that is a critical area of need in our community. So I will support the amendment, and I just wanted to retort some of that other clarification. Thank you, Chair.
All right. Mr. Terrell.
Yeah, I just wanted to speak on Mr. Martinez's message on we need to send a message. And I would like to, I know I cannot offer an amendment, but I would like to suggest a compromise of $500,000 instead.
Thank you. Mr. Vaughn.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm going to move to amend the amendment.
So, yeah, I think the amendment has to be dispatched.
Go ahead.
What was that?
So we have an amendment.
Right.
And then we have this as an amendment to the amendment. And so we can't do a third amendment to the amendment to the amendment. And so we have to dispatch with this amendment before we move to another amendment.
Okay, well, I'll just speak on this amendment then. I'm not going to support this amendment because I would like to, I would like us to have a little bit more skin in the game and a stronger statement because I think just the concept of the underlying item is very strong. And I remember conversations at the South Addition Community Council, we had a resolution on a housing trust fund, and that was in 2022. So, I do want to find a little bit more of a middle ground, because I think this is really worth committing to. Thanks.
Ms. Zalatow.
Thank you. If my second will agree, I would move this to $500,000.
Agree.
Both the mover and the second agree to change their amendment. It is $500,000.
May I very briefly speak to that?
Sure. Ms.
Thank you. As you go through this work in the new year and you work with real estate, I would ask that you pull in the health department and make sure this funding is braided and leveraged with our HUD entitlement funding, particularly CDBG funding and home funding. And Mr. Martinez, I think you've invited yourself to the funders collaborative meetings we've been having by jumping on this amendment, and so that you will become an expert in braiding and leveraging funding. Thank you.
Yeehaw.
Mr. Terrell's first amendment. So, any other discussion? Hearing seeing none, members may proceed to vote on the amendment. On a vote of 11-0 on the youth member votes,
Yes.
yes, that amendment has passed the body. Now,
It's been changed to 500,000.
that was just the amendment to the amendment. So now we have the amendment before us, and any further discussion on the amendment of the Housing Trust? Hearing seen none, members may proceed to vote. Thank you. On a vote of 10-1 in the youth member votes,
Yes.
yes, the housing fund has been amended into the document. Next, we have Rivera Bronga Amendment Number 17. This is Mr. Rivera.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair. So we won't be bringing this amendment forward, but I just wanted to speak to it briefly. So this amendment would have funded a 3-year pilot project for a new bus route, basically going from Muldoon to Bar to the airport, and on 36 for a good chunk of the way. The last new bus route was stood up in 2020, and I think it's past time to stand up another new route. Unfortunately, we couldn't scratch together the federal funds needed to make this route possible. The Public Transit Department did the best they could, looking at state funds, looking at local funds to see if there were any federal funds, but they just couldn't. All of them were obligated already. So we'll keep working with Public Transit to see if we can get those funds together for April, and hopefully you'll see this then. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Next on the agenda, we have an amendment from members Brawley, Cross, Presverdia, Amendment Number 53.
Move Brawley, Cross, and Presverdia Amendment Number 53.
Second.
Moved by Ms. Brawley, seconded by Mr. Presverdia. Ms. Brawley.
Yeah, thank you. This proposed amendment carries funding out, or carries out a portion of the timeline in the resolution that we adopted earlier this evening, with the intent of partnering directly with the Alaska Children's Trust to conduct robust public engagement and planning process to implement Proposition 14 and create the, or planning for the Assembly to eventually implement the Anchorage Child Care and Early Education Fund, which we recently just renamed to the ACE Fund. This grant would ensure there's no interruption in the work to stand up the new board in 2024.
Anyone else wish to speak to this item? Mr. Cross.
Yeah, just for clarification, Proposition 14 starts its funding in 2024 with the alcohol tax proceeds, but unfortunately we have expenses this year in order to get the board up and running. And so this is just the one-time funds in order to make sure that we're on track for implementing that program. And thanks, Anna, for all her hard work. Thank you.
Mr. Presverdia.
Just a clarification, marijuana tax fund. Thanks.
Thank you.
Yep. All right. Anyone else? Hearing and seeing none, members may proceed to vote on this amendment. On a vote of 11-0 on the youth member votes,
Yes.
yes, that amendment has passed. Next, we have We have now Johnson-Bronson amendment. Mr. Johnson.
Yeah, thank you. Move to approve Bronson-Johnson Amendment number 56.
Johnson-Bronson.
Second.
This is moved by Mr. Johnson, seconded by Mrs. Alatel. Mr. Johnson.
Yeah, thank you. So the administration just brought this to my attention yesterday, which is why it's kind of last minute, and I think it's something that just popped up on their radar fairly recently, or else I think we would have gone through the regular process as opposed to this late on the table item. But as I understand it, the Performing Arts Center, the elevators are quite aged and not performing correctly, and this has had a direct impact both on our ability to put on some of these shows that I think as a community we felt very proud of, and also for members of the public who have tried to attend these shows, those with mobility issues, it's affected their ability to get in and enjoy the performances. So since this specifically speaks to making sure that we're meeting the requirements for conforming to the Americans with Disabilities Act, and also because it affects life safety issues, I'm happy to be supportive of this. But with that, since this was brought to me by the administration, I would just like to see if either Mayor Bronson or Mr. Byrd had any additional information to add.
Mr. Chair, if I may. To Mr. Johnson and the body, thank you for sponsoring this. This is, as you said, the elevators are original to the building. There's been, repeated efforts to patch them together recently. There was an incident during the showing of Hamilton where some patrons were stuck in the elevator, one of the passenger elevators. So this funding would allow us to upgrade and bring to modern standards one of the passenger elevators and the freight elevator. It also accomplishes the requirement to bring the fire alarm system and the messaging, the communication between the alarms and the elevators in the event of a malfunction, bring that up to standard as well. So thank you.
Ms. Alatel.
Thank you. I have a question for Mr. Kohlhase, and then I have an amendment. It appears from the detail provided that the upgrade to the elevators, that first there needs to be an engineering and architectural design phase, and then it will go into construction. Am I reading that correctly?
That is correct, Member Zell.
Okay, thank you for that clarification. I move to amend this amendment to $695,000 total. That would leave both the engineering architectural design line item for both the passenger and freight elevator, as well as the Spire and Smoke upgrade replacement now, and that's $695,000. If I can get a second, I'll explain why.
So a motion to amend by Ms. Alatel, seconded by, who was that? Mr. Bond.
So by getting the $695,000 available by January 1, it will let this project go through what I consider its first phase. It's the first phase of like any capital project. There's a bit of engineering and design work that has to be done. Once that's completed, the construction costs can come back to us with the completed phase done, and we can look to either the taxing capacity that may remain, because remember, while we may be doing the budget today, we have the ability to do a supplemental appropriation as long as there's room to the tax cap, up until we set the mill levy. In addition, I believe there's a lot of unspent 2023 dollars that could possibly go to this. So it lets the project get moving. It doesn't delay it, I don't believe, because it's unlikely that on January 1, these elevators are going to be slated for actual replacement. Thank you.
Mr. Martinez.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Just a question to Mr. Kohlhase to clarify for myself. How does this fit into the normal capital budget of the PAC and the normal maintenance budget of the PAC? It seems that this is a pretty big expenditure for something that is critical and important, but why is it coming to us as a budget amendment and why is it not part of the normal operational plan of maintenance of the PAC? If you can answer.
Through the chair to Mr. Martinez, I will attempt to answer. I know that the PAC does have a small capital fund in the range of $250,000 to $300,000. They do not, I believe, get room tax fees like some of the other downtown venues do, which end up having much larger capital funds. So This is a fairly large, high-cost project, and we're proposing to fund it this way, as we just don't have the budget in the capital fund for the PAC to do this work.
Thank you. To the Chair, I'll just close with, as a former board member of the PAC, I think it's important that all organizations and every person that runs an organization in Anchorage start to recognize that some of these basic things that are part of this particular package with respect to safety, with respect to accessibility, should not be waited for until the last minute. And just fundamentally, these things need to be taken care of in advance, and I just wanted to put that out there, Chair. Thank you.
So, Mr. Qualius, you're in the queue.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I was going to speak to the proposal to reduce the funding. I would say that certainly by January 1st, we would not be ready to go do construction, but the design phase, the design period for this project is going to be significantly shorter than the design phase for, say, a complete building or a road. So we would be able to act pretty quickly on this. Once the funding is approved, I would estimate we'd be going to construction within a couple months after starting the design.
So I have myself in the queue. Mr. Qualius, so I continue to look at the budget. Ms. Zalatel pointed out that we're 65% spent on labor this year, that we have a massive, massive underrun of expenditures in this year's budget. And so my question is, if this is such a critical and essential item, why don't we have a proposal before us to look at where we haven't filled positions, and we know we're not going to fill positions, to spend with money we have today, fill this whole package out today, or we'd have to have a public hearing because it's in excess of $500,000. So we could literally fully fund this with money we've already budgeted by December 19th. And so I'm curious why we wouldn't do that and then leave the $2 million, $1.8 million under the cap for next year, because this would move us right to the cap. And so we could actually do it right now with money unspent. And that's what I want to understand.
To the chair, I presume that we would have to bring such a proposal to the body. There is no funding in the M&O budget. I'm aware of that. That's going to be spent to the max this year.
I just think that the money is already there, it's already taxed, it's in the treasury, and it's going to get swept into an account, and we're not going to see where that money is until maybe January or February of 2025 at this point, because how long it takes to account. And so why don't we spend this year's money on this year's crisis?
Mr. Chair, recognizing that you can't vote on it right now, if there's the support of the body to do that, we'd certainly be amenable to looking at. Because this is a critical project, so we want to make sure that there is funding to do this needed work.
Right. I believe that this is a strong-willed community to support the basic emergency and public needs of this municipality. If a proposal was brought forth to us with this year's budget, I am very confident we could get to 7 votes, if not 12. Yep. So I would ask that then we consider, I have a bunch of people in the queue, I'll keep my mouth shut for now, but that's my bid, is let's pay for it with this year's money. Mr. Byrd.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I just wanted to relate to the chair and to the vice chair that we did have that thought. I think we ran through the numbers with OMB Deputy Director. We didn't have the same, I think, assessment that you did, but we'll be happy to run the numbers again. And I think what you've proposed sounds reasonable, and it's certainly something that we looked at. All
right. Ms. Zalatel.
Thank you. I'm glad to hear that it's a proposal you would consider, because I brought it to you before the meeting. and asked you all to consider it and tried to reach out to collaborate on that and didn't get that kind of collaboration. And so I'm trying to come up with a middle ground so we're not right at the cap, because I think I would like to have some room under the cap so that we can deal with snow in the new year if we need to, because frankly, that's a really important thing. So at this point, what I would do is I'm going to withdraw my amendment if the second will agree and make a substitute amendment.
Second agrees.
All right.
So my substitute amendment is to change the revenue source to 2023 unspent funds.
Fund balance.
Well, we won't call it fund balance because we won't have audited financials, but unspent funds to direct it for 2023, which if this passes, I need to get a second, but if this passes, is that commitment I believe Mr. Colhase was looking for.
Second.
Okay, so I have a motion to amend by Ms. Altel, seconded by Mr. Rivera. And I think that might actually cure the need for a public hearing for an additional item, if there's agreement. And I think this is probably a question for either OMB or Treasury, if this is legitimate. Mr. Thurn?
Oh, he doesn't want to.
Did you hear the question? So practically speaking, the question is, we believe there's a substantial remnant of unspent funds for this year because of the labor issues we've seen. We would like to direct through this document that the fund source for this repair project be 2023.
Through the chair, you're all well aware we are in our finances and closing and so forth. I think at this particular point, if the will of the body is to support this, which we hope you all do, because this is a very valid thing, we would go back and try to identify funding sources through either costs that didn't occur this year, or potentially maybe some revenue opportunities that may have not been booked yet through such things such as hotel tax and those kind of things. So we would probably go back to work as quickly as we can, try to identify these sources, probably have to put it on the addendum or late on the table item for the 5th so we can make this happen. And with the support of the Incomplete Assembly, we could probably get it through by the 19th, and then they would have the entire funding to be able to put this out and make it happen.
So my last question is to the attorneys. Is there any red flag jumping out at you? Are we procedurally sound in this move? I think it's Mr. Gates, being the most experienced attorney at the municipality. I just want to make sure we're not doing anything dumb here.
Well, Mr. Chair, I think it's a little confusing to me to take a capital, what's obviously a capital project, and make it an operating budget item, but I would leave that to the budget people experts. That's
Okay.
not really a legal question.
Thanks.
So other than that, no.
Sufficient. I've checked all the bases I need. Ms. Brawley, you're in the queue.
Yeah, I was in the queue before, but I think this is relevant to this amendment. Given that our health department has double-digit vacancies and has all year, I would suggest that that may be a space to look for this $1.8 million. And I would support what my other members have brought forward, because it would be nice to secure that funding and not have to wait till January 1st, as this proposal indicates. Thanks.
Okay, Mr. Johnson.
Yeah, thank you. If we make this happen with unspent funds from 2023, then I like that better than taxing all the way up to the cap. However, it is something that I actually think it's important we get it done. So I would just ask, I understand this might be an awkward position, but what is our level of confidence that there is the 1.8 million we need in order to accomplish this in unspent funds? I guess just the concern I have is we pass this amendment, which I would prefer to go this route, but if we pass it, we find we don't have the funds. We've already determined the budget for next year, and I understand we can take this up at first quarter budget revisions, but maybe that's a long time to wait.
Through the chair, Johnson, I think you heard from the administration, we want this to go forward as quickly as we can. I don't think we want to wait to first quarter budget revisions. I think it would be better to go back to Ms. Zalatel's thing, at least getting the planning so it gets going under that particular circumstance. I do think that, we've moved money around in a variety of different places, so how much extra labor time, monies that we have that are available, I'm not exactly that comfortable with. I'd much rather have us close to be able to make those comments. I'm a little bit more comfortable with regards to some of the additional funding revenue sources that we've come in this year that are on top of what we budgeted for. And I'll keep going back to that hotel tax as an opportunity. We're estimating $7 million more this year than we budgeted, and the general funding, general government gets about approximately 1/3 of that. So that gives me, even if the numbers are off, a little bit there, it gives me some comfort factor that there would be at least some additional revenue on that side that hasn't been reallocated by the Assembly currently. That gives me some comfort, and that's one of the areas where I'd probably maybe would look first before I start completely identifying potentially unfilled expenditures that we may or may not have at this particular point.
That was a very diplomatic answer. I guess then, at the very least, if we weren't able to find the full money to complete the project, there would at least be the funding to get the initial design work done. And I understand that while optimally I think we'd love to see it all get done as quickly as possible, in my mind it feels like this is sort of maybe a reasonable compromise. If we know we at least have enough to get the design work done, if not the project in its entirety, then we can make that happen here in the very near term. Then, God forbid, if we have to take up a budget amendment in first quarter to kind of cover the gap, that could potentially work.
This is a super high priority for the administration, so I'm sure we will look through everything we possibly can with the support of the Assembly to make this happen. We'll look at expenditures and revenues and see where we are, and we'll definitely bring something back if this is not going to go forward at this point by the 5th, so that you can act upon it appropriately by the 19th.
Yep. Thank you. Mr. Cross.
Yeah, I would support the amendment. I just want to make sure that we're at least cognizant of what we're saying here. If we put it into 2024, although that does push us close to that tax cap, we know that money is set aside, or we know that money's earmarked. Otherwise we're gambling and we're just hoping that in 2023 that there'll be leftover money from all the vacant positions. And I don't know if that's necessarily true, because we know the Building Safety Department lost $15 million, and we haven't even calculated all the other estimates as far as the fourth quarter projections from our income streams. They haven't finished balanced 2023. So in one hand, we're hoping that we have money enough left over in 2023 with all the other expenses and potential snow and stuff, or we just hedge our bets and just budget for it to happen in 2044 budget. So happy either way, but just acknowledge one is an assurance and one is a mild gamble. Thank you.
Ms. Zalatel.
Yep. So I think a few things. One, it's important to remember we can reappropriate funds at any time. It doesn't have to wait till first quarter. Again, once we have the final CPI calculation, we will know what additional room likely exists under the cap. Last year, there was sufficient funding. And if we are under the cap when we pass this budget today, right, and we roll into the first meeting in January and there's still room under the cap and this is not solved, we could go back and revisit it. It is not considered a significant delay. What this gives, and on the advice, I believe, of our budget analyst, I'm actually going to say we should just remove this amendment. Putting 2023 in here makes it weird. But what it is it's teed up and ready to go for a supplemental appropriation if the administration is unable to find sufficient funding for any of the phases to bring us a resolution to start that appropriation process on December 5th. And I think, Mr. Johnson, I can commit to work with you and the administration to make sure we're shepherding that along. And so we have a backup plan, and so I think we're kind of covered any way or any direction we look at it. Thank you.
Thanks, and I have myself in there just to reiterate that even if some crazy thing happens and they decide there isn't money, which it's their priority, it's our priority, there's money there. But just assume that they didn't, then even on December 19th, after the public hearing, the funding source could be changed to calendar year 24 fund balance. So the same amendment could be rolled the second meeting in December for next year's budget. So there's no reason to rush to this if we can do it with this year's money. So if the commitment, and I hear it, is to get it on the table, we can do this one way or the other using the same vehicle. And I do agree with Ms. Zalatel, this amendment, that's why I asked for the attorney's opinion, because we're looking to put a 23 appropriation into a '24 budget. And that's kind of weird to me, and that's why I kind of looked over there like, something's not quite right. And somehow I just got kicked out of the meeting. So, if the mover and seconder wanted to not move their amendments, and don't touch your computers, I'm told. So, then Mr. Johnson and Mr. Bronson. So we're going to take 5 right now, and we're going to have all you students come on up here and get signatures from the folks up here. You got to see the budget process, making sausage. Come on up. Just come on through. There's a path there. You got to see us make government happen. Everybody come back. We got the system running. Log on in. Okay, to the mover of the motion.
Point of order, since we have an amendment to the amendment, does that need to be acted on first before we go to the original movers of the motion?
So I think that the mover of that amendment has rescinded the amendment.
Okay, in that case, I would go ahead and if the second agrees, make a motion to rescind the amendment.
You don't have to make a motion. You just say, I withdraw my motion.
I withdraw my motion.
Perfect, thank you. And the second was the mayor, but at this point, or who was the second? Who was it?
It was me.
Oh, Ms. Zalatel was the second. She agrees, so, and actually only the mover really needs to rescind. But, okay. Then, we will be seeing a funding document introduced at the meeting of December 5th. So for hearing on the 19th. Okay, next we have Zalatel Bradley Voland, Zalatel Brawley Voland Amendment 13.
So moved.
Second.
Moved by Ms. Zalatel, seconded by Mr. Voland. Ms. Zalatel.
Thank you. So I alluded to this amendment earlier. This moves the mobile crisis team out of the alcohol tax and into AFD's annual operations budget. 24/7 operations of fully staffed MCT, should be paid for using 2023 surplus SEMT revenues, which we know exist. We are more than $5 million over what was budgeted for the year in SEMT collection. But more critically, what this does, it doesn't just change the fund source, it operationalizes mobile crisis team into the emergency services division detail of the fire department's budget. Because right now, the mobile crisis team, which I believe is a beloved service and a much needed one, is simply a budget line item that could go away if the line item wasn't funded. And so this really operationalizes that and puts the ball into the fire department's court to plan on utilizing SEMT funds in the future to sustain mobile crisis team funding. It says, I hope this sends a message that the mobile crisis team is here to stay, and the expectation is that it'll be at 24/7. Thank you.
So I have myself in the queue, Ms. Alto. This is a net zero amendment, right?
Correct. It moves it from, actually, it's a reduction to the alcohol tax of 2.447, and then it doesn't actually increase it or go towards the tax cap capacity because it uses the surplus SEMT funds.
Right, so just so folks understand, this is not an incremental increase over what was already budgeted. Okay, anyone else on the amendment? Hearing and seeing none, members may proceed to vote. On a vote of 11-0 and the youth member votes,
Yes.
that amendment has passed. So now we have, for the first set of alcohol tax program amendments drafted in such a way that we can allow Ms. Salatel not to participate. Ms. Salatel.
Thank you. Just really quick, it's my duty to disclose. So the next set of amendments involve emergency cold weather shelter, as well as issues, I believe, related to or concurrent with the homelessness services portion of the alcohol tax. And as such, being a grantee in that bucket of the alcohol tax, I ask to be excused.
Mr. Terrell.
Just to clarify, am I allowed to vote on items
Yes.
related to alcohol tax?
Yeah, so these are not licenses granting authorization to operate liquor or marijuana establishments. This is using the revenues generated from those establishments to fund services in the community. So I do not think there's a conflict. Yes, for Ms. Salatel, there's definitely a conflict. And the way that this item is set up, we have this amendment, which is Brawley Rivera Vollen Amendment 54, which is an omnibus of the next 3 pages in the packet from 41 to 43. So if number 1 passes, then we don't have to move the next 3. So the movers, Ms. Brawley, Mr. Rivera, Mr. Vollen.
Move to approve Brawley Rivera Vollen Amendment number 54 ATAX.
Second.
Moved by Mr. Rivera, seconded by Ms. Brawley. Mr. Rivera. 41. Just 1 sec. Mr. Rivera, proceed.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So this amendment funds emergency cold weather shelter through April at Covenant House and our other shelter locations. It also funds non-critical transport at emergency cold weather shelter for clients to go to their medical or service appointments so that they can move on in their housing or service journey. Overall, I think this is a good package that continues to fund our youth transitional age youth shelter at Covenant House and continues to fund our non-congregate and our congregate shelter. If we need additional funds beyond these, we will, I believe, be able to come back and make that appropriation if needed through FY23 unspent funds, or however you wanted to call it. But my hope is that with these additional 2.4, I believe it is, total $1 million, that this should meet the need for the remainder of our emergency cold weather shelter season. If not, I think there is a strong commitment that we will find the funds to meet that need. But my hope is that this will. Thank you.
Ms. Brawley.
Yeah, just briefly to add, we certainly don't take lightly the fact that there's many people still sleeping outside. We have been able to take quick action and have well over 500 beds available for folks that we know are being utilized, and we know that we can be doing better, that we need a real plan to meet our emergency shelter needs as well as housing people as quickly as possible. So just to say, this is continuing the commitment that we've made this year to continue the contracts, as Mr. Rivera said, through April. I also want to acknowledge that we are proposing using additional alcohol tax funding, fund balance specifically, for addressing our shelter needs. But I think at least my intent long-term is to find ways to operationalize this in our main budget, because it is something that the municipality has had emergency cold weather shelter in our code for a long time, and we have not ever put really consistent funding toward it. So again, this is really recognizing the reality of where we are now, and also that we need to do better moving forward. But this is the plan for now. Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Bronga.
I wasn't sure on the transportation, the non-critical transportation, what the time frame on that is. It says one time. So is this intended to be until April, or can anyone answer that question for me?
Yeah, if I may, Mr. Chair.
Mr. Rivera.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So yes, this is funding from January through the end of emergency cold weather shelter, so end of April, for folks who might need that non-critical transportation. So we did this in the Sullivan Arena when we extended the Sullivan Arena a month from April to May-ish. And I think that was very successful for folks who needed that transportation. There was actually a story in the paper about someone who did need that kind of transportation to move them on in their journey, and they didn't have access to it. So I do think that this funding for that is important.
All right, thank you. Go ahead.
So the other thought I had is anchor rides won't fulfill this need?
So this funding is envisioned, whether that is People Mover, Anchor Rides, or other third-party transportation services. But if it is Anchor Rides, we would still need to fund it. Or if it's People Mover, we would still need to fund it.
Right, any further discussion on the amendment? Seeing, hearing none, members may proceed to vote.
Mr. Myers, how do you vote?
No.
Mr. Johnson, how do you vote?
Yes.
So on a vote of 9-1 and the youth member votes,
Yes.
yes, the omnibus amendment has been adopted. Okay, so we'll keep going, see if it continues. So that means we can skip pages 41, 42, and 43, and I believe then we have, alcohol tax, Rivera, Vaughn, Bronga, 26. Go ahead, Mr. Rivera.
Move to approve.
Hold on, before we do that, I'd like to ask for a motion to extend by 20 minutes.
So moved.
Second.
Moved by Mr. Vaughn, seconded by Mr. Rivera. Any objection? Seeing none, the debate has been extended an additional 20 minutes for this item. We're almost through the amendment process now, Mr. Rivera.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So I move Rivera, Volland, Bronga Amendment Number 26, ATAX.
Second.
So we have a motion by Mr. Rivera, seconded by Mr. Volland. Mr. Rivera.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So this is another one of those big, ambitious amendments. I think we can all agree on this body and in the public that what happened this last summer was unacceptable. That we must have a plan to do better, and this amendment is one big step in that direction. I've said this multiple times, and I believe it 100%. There is room, and I think more than that, I think there is a need in our system for some type of allowed camp structure. This amendment provides funding to allow the Anchorage Health Department to plan and execute 2 to 3 allowed camps that fall in line with the great work of the Allowed Camp Community Task Force, which had members of the public and experts alike working together to help meet this critical community need. We can't wait until April to fund this, in my opinion. We already have a lot of great planning in place to do the task force report. We need to move forward with that work now. Maybe do some additional planning, bring in some national experts, But we need to move forward, I think, as a whole package with this, so that come April 30th, everything is in place and that we have a plan on May 1. I worry that if we wait to fund this until April, that we are putting ourselves in a position where this won't be implemented until July or August. So this is our chance. We funded housing to help out with the transition out of emergency cold weather shelter. We funded even more housing today, which is great. Hopefully we'll be funding shelter to help out with the transition out of emergency cold weather shelter at some point through the Clean Slate strategy. And I believe this is another piece of the puzzle. So I encourage my colleagues, even though this is a large, ambitious amendment, to consider this as one of many different pieces that we are moving forward to build up, I think, a healthy system that in the end will continue to focus on getting folks into housing. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
If you want to speak, go ahead and raise your hand. I'll call on you as I see you. Mr. Volland, then I have in the queue Ms. Brawley, and then Mr. Cross, and then this way. Anyone? No. Okay, so go ahead.
Great, thank you, Mr. Chair. Yeah, I hope folks will support this for many of the reasons that Member Rivera just outlined. I think it's easy to look at the concept of allowed camps, which, yes, we did have robust community conversation on in our assembly convened task force. But I think it's easy to look at a allowed camp and compare it to non-congregate shelter or housing. And, obviously there's a spectrum there, but I think it's more appropriate to compare allowed camping where we can really invest in the supports that are needed. Compare that to unsanctioned camping like we've seen, at 3rd and Ingra or at Davis Park. And even now, I'll just say that there are folks who are camping close to Davis Park who don't want to go into congregate shelter because they had negative experiences at the Sullivan Arena. And so I think that there is going to be a piece of the puzzle where allowed camps can really meet the needs of folks, and whether that's folks staying in tents or structures, pallet shelters, whatever it is, or folks being in their vehicle, where they can really get the resources that they need. It can be a more controlled and sanitary environment. So I think this is really worth piloting, and I do think, I know that we are going to be going into more of the Clean Slate strategy conversations and trying to identify locations for permanent low barrier shelter. But I think when emergency winter shelter ends, I would like us to be more prepared than we have been previously. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Ms. Brawley.
Yeah, thank you. So I am certainly open to the idea of allowed camping and have been this summer, and appreciate all of the work in the community and with my fellow members to have that conversation. But I also have more questions about this project before I would feel comfortable approving this funding at this time. I believe that we need to have a better idea who would operate the site, how it would be managed, and I do appreciate that there was work done in the task force recommendations, but I think we still have seen that it really matters who the operator is and what it will look like, and of course that impacts residents or potential residents' interest in participating. So I would really like to know some of the estimated costs because I believe that's important when we're making realistic plans. And then I also have real concerns about whether the health department and whether administration leadership would be willing and able to take the lead on this project, because I know that was another theme that we heard this summer, which is we can express policy intent and really have to rely on others to execute it. So I really appreciate my fellow members bringing this forward, and I wonder if there's an opportunity to not just wait till April, but again, as we understand the additional funding that we might have available, and as we develop this conversation, especially if there's a way to identify who might operate this or manage it. Thank you.
Mr. Cross.
Yeah, Mr. Rivera, can I revert? Okay, very good. Thank you. You're trying to get this right. Okay, thank you. I didn't know if you wanted to respond, but yeah, I'm a little concerned. You know, when we had this conversation over camps, I guess what we saw at Third and Gamble was horrific this summer. And we say it's not a sanctioned camp, but I mean, anything that we allow, we're basically sanctioning, if that makes sense. Anything that we permit to exist, we're sanctioning, whether or not it's official or not. And so my concern is with any of these is I really want to know about the law enforcement aspect is going to be this, because we cannot create another environment like we saw where people are getting victimized, people who are in dire straits, who are in a tough situation, that are struggling to find a place, and they result in camping that they're getting victimized. And so my question is, before we fund or we do any of this, what does that law enforcement aspect look like? Because what I saw when I visited Third and Gamble, I mean, even if it's a fraction as bad, it's still way too bad. And if we don't enforce our laws, if we're not enforcing, if we're not coming up with a strong presence. And so I'm very concerned about the camp plan, period. To what I saw this summer was shocking, so thank you.
So I have myself in the queue, and then we'll go for the second round, Mr. Rivera, Mr. Volland. And Mr. Martinez before Mr. Rivera and Mr. Volland. So, and had you spoken yet? No. Yeah, no. Okay, so then it's going to be myself, Mr. Martinez, Ms. Braga, Mr. Rivera, Mr. Volland. So, I understand idealism and wanting to believe the $2 million here could go towards housing interventions that could really make a difference. And I personally cannot support the waving of the white flag, that this is an acceptable outcome, that Davis Park just has to be the place now where we're going to structure, and Mountain View is going to bear the burden of Anchorage's indiscretions, and the people who are living in that environment are going to face life. Even though some of them say they want it, others are going to be trapped there. This is an environment of vulnerability and perpetration. And there's no example of these, quote, sanctioned camps or allowed camps in this country where I find it's moral or right. When you have a substantial investment like some of these larger Hope villages, because you have a large piece of land, you have a committed operator, you have 5 years of development, you have an implementation that has all the pieces in place, and when the doors open, it's well thought through and it's done. It's not a shotgun approach because it's happening. And so I, for one, will not find myself on the side that votes affirmatively towards permanent vulnerability, because that's what the camp is. It is a site of permanent vulnerability. And so I ask my peers to consider North Anchorage will pay the price with this. Midtown will pay the price. We're already paying the price, but we're making progress moving people out. And as awful as it's been, it gets better when we provide them housing. So now there's several other people, but I would ask my peers to vote no on this. Next, I have Mr. Martinez.
Thank you, Chair. It seems that there are two elements from my vantage point to better contextualize this. First, there's a funding element, and this is what we're talking about today. And then there's an execution and implementation element, which is fundamentally the role of the administration. And so we've heard some of the challenges with respect to believing that there can be effective implementation, and so that seems to be part of the rub. For me, and my vantage point, I don't necessarily have a problem with preemptively funding, knowing that we may otherwise be in a condition that we have to have a response, but I don't know that the funding that we're appropriating today, or potentially voting on today, is going to be, again, executed and administered in a way that's going to be effective. And I think that Mr. Rivera's point about making sure that we're preemptive for April is extremely important. It's very important that we are dealing as best as we can with this conceptualization through this winter. You know, and I hearken back to the a resolution that Mr. Cross, myself, and Mr. Johnson forwarded that had some real structural designs to what we called were sanctioned, because I agree that once you allow, you allow. And it's just semantics fundamentally. But our particular resolution was described in a way where we created a geographic setup, and you had to have certain guidelines and follow those things. I don't know that we'll have the execution appropriately done. So I'd love to hear a real plan from the municipality if they're going to take this forward, if they're going to rely on the framework and the rubric of site selection and guide selection that we advance, but also that the task force has been advancing as well. So I am concerned with the execution and the outcome. I don't want us to be behind the curve, but I don't believe that we know how to set these things up well in our community. I also don't believe that we have the operators who are coming forward saying, yeah, I want to run, or this is an expansion of my current programming. And so it seems that it's a challenge from my vantage point to be so preemptive as to put out such a substantial amount of funding for a plan that I don't know the administration is going to be able to execute effectively at all. So there are some answered questions. And I hope we can revisit this early in the year, if it doesn't pass today, so that we can have the administration bring forward a real plan that's based on the framework that we've identified that matters to us. Thank you, Chair.
Ms. Branca.
I inserted myself on this amendment because I couldn't tolerate what happened this summer, and I'm hoping that if we start out a framework, there are people who are going to camp in our parks. If we say that these are the places that it can happen, and it's thoughtful, ordered, there's cleanliness, security, I think all of Anchorage will win. There are people that do not want to go into a shelter sort of situation. They don't want to go into the hotels. They like that outdoor. And so let's make it thoughtful and ordered and make sure that we are protecting our parks, and we are also giving an opportunity for people to live the way they want to live. My question is, so there was like, Anna had some great questions like the operation funds, what it looks like, and I agree, there's a lot there. I don't think I would support this if I felt like we couldn't enforce it, that there's 2 places that we're going to do allowed camps, but you don't really have to go there. If we're going to put this kind of money into the concept, I would really like to make sure that we are saying these are the only outdoor options in the city of Anchorage.
That's a question for the municipal attorney. Ms. Halser, under the jurisprudence that we are under, is it enough to say we have a legal place for you to camp, therefore you cannot be here?
So if I understand the question from Ms. Branca, you're asking if we can require that, or we have to have a place for somebody to go in order to remove them from a place?
A little more nuanced than that. Under the question of the law, it's the question of, is a camp sufficient as a housing unit or a place to stay under Martin v. Boise? Or does it have to be something more substantial than a camp before you can move someone?
I think that I'd like to be able to be afforded a little bit more time to answer the question.
Because my understanding is that Martin v. Boise does not allow you to say we have a camping location and therefore we can abate you, that it actually has to be a roof. I could be wrong, and that's where I hope that the municipal attorney can do her part.
I'm happy to try to get some more specifics on your set of facts, and then we can be more precise with an answer.
Perfect. So I have Mr. Bronson, or were you done? Okay, Mr. Bronson. Mayor.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I find myself in agreement with the chair on this, and I just want to echo Mr. Cross's, Assemblyman Cross's position. Just so you know, and this is pretty clear, and I'd like to ask the 2 people who are the most experts on this, which is our Parks and Recs Director and our Health Department Director for Homelessness, Alexis Johnson, to actually speak to this. But at the end of the day, sanctioned camping is what we did at 3rd and Ingram, approved camping. That's precisely what it is. And in reality. So Kevin, Mr. Cross is exactly right on that. It doesn't work anywhere. Because the behavior that comes with it is the real problem. If people would sit in a site and just sleep and camp and not misbehave, but it's the outdoor behavior that comes with the outdoor uncontrolled camping that's the real problem. And if you don't mind, Mr. Chair, I'd like Alexis to
Ms. Johnson.
Yeah, through the chair to the body, Alexis Johnson, Anchorage Health Department. Personally, I'd like to speak on this and say that we do not fully support spending $2 million on outdoor sanctioned camping. I'll echo Ms. Zolotel in this in saying that any dollars that we spend on outdoor sanctioned camping is one less dollar that goes towards our ultimate goal of housing people. I do believe that Mayor Bronson has it correct in saying that we have a vision for people sleeping outside in sanctioned camping, that it would be orderly, properly run. We know, based off of 3rd and Ingra, we had a lot of struggles. We provided resources, we had outreach, we had bathrooms, we had fences, we had security, we had gates, and we still had troubles. So when you say, let's model that, but smaller, so we can, smaller scattered sites, so smaller camps, we have, let's say 50 to 100 people living in a sanctioned camp. That's 900 people that we know are currently living unsheltered, not in a sanctioned camp, not getting the resources they need because we've spent $2 million on this 50 people. So the Anchorage Health Department, at least from the Housing and Homeless Coordinator, would say that we do not support spending $2 million on this because any amount of money spent on outdoor sanctioned camp is $2 million less going towards housing.
So I have a queue still. Now we're on the second round. Mr. Rivera, Mr. Vaughn, Mr. Martinez, Mr. Cross.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
We might need another motion to extend, by the way.
I bet you we will.
Probably another 20 minutes if I could get that. Would you make
Sure, I'll move to extend another 20 minutes.
Motion by Mr. Rivera, second.
Second.
Ms. Brawley, any objection? Nope, okay, we're moving. Mr. Rivera.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair. So I want to thank all of my colleagues in the administration for raising your points. Just want to clarify what this amendment does and does not. So this amendment sets aside the funding so that we know we have it. So sets aside the $2 million funds so that when the administration does come up with the plans, that they present the operator to us and say, here's the operator, here are the funds that we know that we're going to need. Do you approve, Assembly? Yes or no? And we will go through that process. So it's a little bit early, I believe, in the process to really talk about who may be operating this. We will get to that, I think, in the appropriate steps. With regard to the budget numbers, this pretty much comes from the budget work that the administration did when they did some pro formas, which they shared with the Assembly and with the task force. And that is essentially what I used to craft this budget amendment. I will try not to be very snarky, but we did have a budget amendment not that long ago that did seek to put $3 million into housing, but that was reduced to $500,000. So I will just put that out there. There was a question asked, does the administration want to do this? Well, it was very interesting what I just heard from the administration because this was quite literally their idea. The administration is the entity that brought this idea forward. So to have this all of a sudden 180 is quite enlightening, but I guess par for the course. Chaos versus order. We talk about sanctioned versus unsanctioned. I talk about chaos versus order. I think it's, I shouldn't say laughable. I think it's ridiculous to suggest that Third Avenue is the model that we would want for these allowed camps. Third Avenue is not the model. Third Avenue was horrible. And to call that any kind of allowed or sanctioned camping is just ridiculous. So we would want order, and the task force recommendations strictly lay out what that order could look like. And so yes, I think there's some additional work that we need to go into figuring out what that strong public safety component is. But it was top of mind for the task force as we were working through what this might look like. With regard to locations, this amendment envisions the Anchorage Health Department getting us some proposed locations in March for the Assembly to approve or not. The task force report explicitly called out Davis Park as a bad location for a camp and suggested that that camp actually be moved to another location. So I don't want us to get too far ahead of presuming what the locations may look like. I think the most presumption you could do is look at the task force report and look at the recommendations that they outlined, which were across the municipality. You know, I think we must do something. And I think a lot of different somethings, right? There is not one bulletproof solution for this summer. I think in the end, the solution to all of this is housing. But for this summer, we're going to need to pull a lot of different levers, and this is one that I think is absolutely needed. And just to put it out there, so if folks are waiting to fund this until they see a real plan, then what I hear when you ask that is that you're asking for me to come up with the real plan to get this done. Let's just be honest. All right, thanks.
So, we still have people in the queue. Mr. Rivera, are we done? Yes. All right, thank you. I have Mr. Vaughn, Mr. Martinez, Mr. Cross. Mr. Vaughn.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Yeah, for the record, I do want to say that it is interesting to hear Mrs. Johnson's perspective on this change, because it was Ms. Johnson and Mr. Hughes who brought this concept forward. You know, I hope that none of my colleagues are under the impression that if we don't invest in a model of camping, that it's not going to happen. So well, we have an opportunity here to say, okay, there's a better way. We know once emergency cold winter shelter ends, folks are going to camp. We don't have the capacity of housing or shelter. So they're going to camp in North Anchorage, and they're going to camp in Midtown, they're going to camp all over town. So we can perpetuate the current model of camping, which is just crisis response to wherever it happens. And that's what Third and Ingra was. Third and Ingra was not, respectfully, it was not allowed camping in the way that we talk about allowed camping. I think it's we need to be very specific with our vocabulary, because we did pass a resolution on the type of supports that would be required at a municipality allowed camp. So we know what those expectations are. And in no way is Third and Ingra, when we were scrambling to, get restrooms and get screening and deal with abandoned vehicles, that was all crisis response. And so that's what's going to happen again. And to me, if we want to talk about, Member Cross in his comments, he talked about creating an environment. We didn't create an environment, we created a vacuum. And the problems that we're seeing in our community are because we allow a vacuum to occur. Waving the white flag, I think waving the white flag is just allowing what has already happened to happen again once emergency cold winter shelter. Yes, we're investing in housing. Yes, we're investing in shelter. But we're not going to have the capacity. Folks are still going to be on the street. They're still going to be in our parks. So can we make an investment ahead of time? I mean, how much money did we spend at Third and Ingra, Alexis and Mike? A lot of money. And we had to do all of these last minute appropriations to make that happen. So there's an opportunity here to say, hey, we're going to load this up front. And there's a better way, and we can come up with a plan. And we can make sure that these mitigations are in place before we know what's going to happen. So that's why I say, to compare allowed camping to, or I should say to contrast it with housing, is not really fair. Yes, I would love everybody to be housed tomorrow, everybody who could be housed, because I believe that leads to the best public health outcomes. I think that's what we all want in a best case scenario. But that best case scenario is not coming in April. So I think it's more appropriate to contrast the environment that, yes, we're trying to create with what we've seen and what we've allowed to happen by default. Thank you.
Next in the queue, I have Mr. Martinez and then Mr. Cross.
This has been hopefully very educational for folks. Government is at least the two branches of government that are represented here tonight are the legislative branch and the executive branch. Right? And the legislative branch is the assembly. So we can have plans, and as Member Volan mentioned, investing in a model that could work. But I've described there are two parts to this process, and so when it takes two to tango and the other part, your dance partner said they're not ready to dance, they will not dance with you, then I don't know what we're fundamentally addressing with respect to funding when the dance partner said they will not dance with us. And respectfully or not, Third Avenue was not an allowed camp. It was a surrender. It was a surrendered camp. And let me give you the definition of what we described in our ordinance with Mr. Cross and Mr. Johnson, because when I got on this body, we already were in the thralls of what was happening in the summertime. So when we got on this body, we saw that there was no fundamental design to a structure up front. So if you design a structure up front, and you create a space, and all of the task force has adopted a lot of these guidelines, a lot of these best practices and recommendations. The concept is if you start off well and you create a space for some folks to come in, then you can maintain a dignity in that space. Respectfully, again, otherwise it may not be considered respectfully. That's not what happened at 3rd and Ingram. Downtown at 3rd and other camps, things were allowed to happen, but that was more of a surrender. And then there was an attempt to do some mitigation after the fact, but by then, all the milk was spilled out of that bottle. So fundamentally, the challenge is that when we're being asked to appropriate dollars, let's be real clear tonight, the administration said they are not interested in the funding of dollars to potentially create a camp model that could work if we do it up front and early on. So it creates a moot point for me with respect to this budget amendment, because why would I vote for something that they're not going to execute at all? So I hope that they'll come back to the table so we don't have to have surrender as the first model, but we can have an actual structure of dignity, both for the unhoused folks that may find themselves in the camp, but also for the community that dealt with a lot of the challenges with the surrendering nature of the camps this year.
Thank you. Next, we have Mr. Cross, then Mr. Bronson.
Thank you. Even if we do the most beautiful camp, if we don't keep alcohol out of it, it's going to crumble into chaos. And what we learned at the housing and homeless meetings that we had is that we weren't allowed to keep the alcohol out of that. We had the conversation about allowing alcohol and guns, and I said, if you allow one, don't allow the other. Like, how are we actually having this conversation? We're actually considering allowing alcohol and guns into a camp. This is ridiculous if it's about safety. You know, we had this really interesting, so little fun fact, Davis Park is actually in District 2. I don't know if you guys know that. So there was don't ask me how that got carved up, but there was a really educational meeting that we had with some members, and I think it was on the second floor, and it was a couple years ago, a couple weeks ago, about some of the people that are living next to the snow dump in Davis Park. And I really felt for them. At one point, you're frustrated because there's a hazard because there's a snow dump there and there's heavy equipment. But listen to them say that this is the safest place that we can go because even the shelters that we have are not safe. We would rather camp next to a snow dump where we know we're safe than go anywhere else. Speaks volumes. It doesn't matter how nice it is. If it's not safe, if we don't restrict alcohol, we don't restrict those things, we're just going to have another. So until those provisions are in there, the best thing we do is instead of $2 million for tents that can be easily breached by somebody who's on a substance, we give them a door with a lock on it. So I would support more money towards housing rather than a tent where somebody can be victimized on our watch.
So I had said Mr. Bronson next, but Mr. Myers, the rare speaker, hasn't spoken yet. He has the right to the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. We have heard a lot tonight about a lot of things that we've covered since I've been on this body multiple times. And before I think you all think I'm going to call the question, I'm not. I actually want to ask Ms. Johnson to come back up and say, you've been dealing with this problem a lot. What would you like to see done?
Through the chair to Mr. Myers, first, I want to say I'd like to normalize leaders hearing more information and more knowledge and being able and capable to change their opinions on things. If I give an opinion 6 months ago and I gain more insight and more knowledge, I should be able to come to the table and say, you know what, that was actually a bad idea. Let's move forward. I think the question that becomes of it is, what does this achieve for us? And I think hearing multiple testimony from assembly members is we would like people not causing problems in our parks and trails. This camp or a sanctioned camp does not get us there. Under Martin versus Boise, you have to have a roof, 4 walls, and a shelter bed. You cannot achieve a goal of getting people problematic people out of parks and trails by having a sanctioned camp. So investing in something that does not solve a problem within our city is a bad investment, even in the short term. The long-term goal for the municipality and for all of us should be getting people off of the streets and into a safe and secure place with a lock and a door. This does not achieve that. So what I would like to see is investment, this $2 million, either going into continued shelter for highly vulnerable people on CE or getting them into new low-income housing where we don't risk them going back into the cycle, whether it's permanent supportive housing, more investments into housing, or shelter, year-round shelter at emergency cold weather. Third and Gamble was an absolute direct result of defunding emergency cold weather shelter in May. If we stop investing in shelter and housing and we put this money towards sanctioned camping, you guys will have a glorified Third and Ingra with toilets earlier than you had last year. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Johnson.
Now I have, were you done? Yep, you're done. Okay, so Mr. Bronson.
Mr. Chair, I'm no longer in the queue.
All right, then Mr. Cross. Mr. Johnson.
Yeah, thank you. I intend to support this amendment. I almost, I'd rather not. I'd rather we get to a place where this didn't feel necessary. And I respect and understand this is not a long-term solution, but my question is then, and Ms. Johnson, if you want to answer this, would be great. Even if we take this $2 million, and rather than allocating here, we said, we're just going to pour this into housing and shelter, and I understand maybe we get more capacity. Realistically, what does next summer look like? Do we imagine that even with $2 million put towards permanent supportive housing or something of that nature, that we're not going to have hundreds of people camping on our streets, that we're not going to find ourselves looking at a very similar picture to what we saw this last summer? If we really think we can achieve that, then, okay, I guess maybe I don't feel like this is the Band-Aid solution that we need, but I find myself having a hard time getting there. And the reality is, even if I don't like this, I'd rather not make perfect the enemy of good, or in this case, make less bad the enemy of worse.
Yeah, through the chair to Mr. Johnson, this $2 million invested into a sanctioned camp. One, I think there's issues with the fact that you're asking the administration to identify a location. I'm not going to identify a single neighborhood where I'm going to put a sanctioned camp. Excuse me, Mr. Rivera, did you have a comment that you'd like to say?
Hold on.
I would be happy to on the record if you'd like.
Hold on. Where's my gavel? Come on back. Civility is the order.
If you're going to whisper it, you should say it out loud.
Hold on, Ms. Johnson, Mr. Rivera. So Mr. Rivera had come up and asked me about 5 minutes ago for a break. I'm going to order a break right now. We'll just take a few minutes and gather ourselves. We're still working on an IT issue before we come to a vote.
I would move to extend 15 minutes.
Second.
Mr. Johnson has made a motion to extend 15. Mr. Rivera seconded. Any objection? Any really meaningful objection? Because I want to object. No, okay, hearing no objection, we're extended another 15 minutes. Mr. Johnson.
Yeah, thanks. I'll keep it quick, and I promise I think this will be the only time I speak on this. And I would have liked to have continue to ask Ms. Johnson some questions, but I would also like to just make it clear that I was not intending this to be an attack. I appreciate the hard work she's put into this. I know it is often a thankless task. She almost came back in the room. And really, you know, if we could come up with well, Ms. Johnson, are you willing to? Yeah, I guess what I was saying is, you know, I mean my question to ask genuinely, right? And it's not meant to be an attack on you or the efforts you've made to try and address this very challenging issue. And I guess maybe to reframe it slightly, if we can come up with an alternative that says, hey, look, we've found a plan whereby we do not anticipate hundreds of people camping on our streets, then I would love to support that. I would love to take that up instead of what we're looking at here. But I'm just not convinced that that's where we're going to be come this summer. And if the reality is that we are going to have people, hundreds of people camping on our streets, I want to take steps to mitigate the harms both to the people in the camps and the community with that. And I feel like this amendment is a step in that direction. Now, again, if you can come up with a better plan whereby we are not going to find ourselves in this situation again, flat-footed going into May, like, wow, suddenly there's 500 people out here. What do we do? I'm open to that, but I put that challenge to you, and if there's a better alternative that actually realistically can fix this problem, great. But until then, I think we need to plan for this contingency.
Through the chair to Mr. Johnson, I think that when we're speaking on things, vocabulary is very important. $2 million towards mitigation is one thing. Setting up a sanctioned camp where we know who is in the camp, who is not allowed in the camp, in a space which by resolution we know is Midtown Old Archive site. There's a lot of challenges that we face. If we want to start preparing for mitigation efforts at Cuddy Park for next year, that's one thing. But now to ask the administration to come in, we would have to abate that area that's currently habitated to set up a sanctioned camp. It would have to be fenced, gated. It would have to have an operator, somebody who knows who's coming and going, bathrooms, and then you have, let's say, 50 to 100 people there because you would want a smaller site. Where does that leave the remaining 800 unsheltered people living in Chauncey, living at 3rd and Ingra, still living at Davis? What I think we envision in the long term is that this is going to solve our problems that we saw heavily this summer. And the reality is it's not. So if we have a limited pool of funding and we have to focus that funding somewhere else, this is the worst possible way to use this funding, in my humble opinion.
I'll say finally, I think we're getting into a lot of kind of details there about what was the operational plan going to look like, where, scale, things like that. I don't think that's all covered here, nor do I think this is really the time and place to hash that out. So I think, you know, again, if this passes, I think that we should have a robust conversation about how best do we actually implement this and what is achievable. And I personally, I hope it's something a little bit more than what you laid out there, but I think that's a conversation for another day.
So, I had someone else in the queue, but he's put himself out. Last one, Mr. Rivera.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So everyone here has been on the record, has said that they want to fund a roof and a key, some version of that, right? So rather than force a vote that's going to fail, because I can read the tea leaves, I have another opportunity that was presented at the Housing and Homelessness Committee last week through the Anchorage Coalition to End Homelessness. And I'm going to put that opportunity before you and hope that you will put your money where your mouth is. And that opportunity, the Anchorage Coalition to End Homelessness presented a plan to house 150 people by April 30th, 2024, and they had about a $2.4 million funding gap in that plan as they presented to us last week. So, since we all have said, fund a roof and a key, I am going to go ahead and change this amendment up. So I probably will, we'll see. I don't know if I want to do this as an amendment or just bring a new amendment to the floor. Whichever is easiest, bring that forward to bring this as a direct grant through the real estate department to the Anchorage Coalition to End Homelessness to fund their housing surge pilot program. That is going to be the amendment that I intend to bring forward. So, Mr. Chair, would you like me to just do that as a floor amendment, or would you like a new amendment?
I think practically speaking, it would be a challenge to go from the form that exists with markups verbally on the floor to make the change. And so I think that the best answer would be coming up with a fresh amendment on the floor as swiftly as possible.
Okay, I can do that. Thank you.
Okay, so then this amendment, the mover was Mr. Rivera, Mr. Volland. What's the intent for this amendment? Just
I'm okay just withdrawing the amendment.
Okay, thank you. Then next, we're going to move to, actually, when do you think this can be done?
I'm pretty fast, so maybe give me like less than 10.
So the next amendments include a member of the coalition, and so we'll just have to ask that person to leave when we get back to that item again. So, okay, I guess we'll move on now to Zalatel Brawley amendment. We'd have to ask Ms. Zalatel to come back. Next, we have Zalatel Brawley Amendment Number 55. It's page 45.
And I'll move to approve Zalatel Brawley Amendment Number 55.
Moved by Ms. Brawley. Is there a second?
Second.
Second by Ms. Zalatel. Ms. Brawley.
Yeah, thank you. So just briefly, the projects in this omnibus amendment for alcohol tax funding are each important investments in addressing and preventing harms of community issues named in the ballot proposition that was approved by voters in 2020 to enact an alcohol tax, and which this funding is dedicated to. So just as a reminder, that's public safety and first responders, preventing child abuse, domestic violence, and sexual assault, and addressing homelessness and mental health crises. We've always recognized that the community need is larger than this revenue fund can fully address, but we've worked to balance the investments and prioritize prevention in these amendments. And as we learn over the coming months about the status of our finances from FY22 and upcoming close of FY23, we can also have additional conversations about where to make future investments.
Thank you. Ms. Zalatel.
Thank you. I wanted to call out on the Anchorage Safety Center or Community Patrol. This is a starting point on what this contract increase is likely to look like in the new year, but I think it's enough to make folks comfortable for getting the RFP out, and likely in first quarter or in the spring, we will need to bring forward an additional appropriation to meet what those contractual requirements are. Additionally, really want to highlight the increase to the behavioral health bucket. I think this is an important, complementary opportunity to address kind of what's been a little bit of a donut hole in our community. So we have the mobile crisis team, and that's fantastic, but there's these ongoing chronic behavioral health needs that just aren't necessarily getting addressed. And this puts funding toward the behavioral health, sub-bucket that we created last year, and raises that to $330,000, gives us a chance to pilot some mobile case management. And I think this will be a great complement to some of the other investments made under the alcohol tax. My hope is the portion that's not amended here, which is that big prevention bucket, gets on the street as soon as possible this upcoming year. Because while we look at this as an omnibus amendment, we need to remember what isn't being amended and is just carrying over. And prevention is a big part of this alcohol tax. And those dollars, if they're not out there, we don't get to see the impact. Thank you.
Mr. Cross.
Yeah, thank you, and I appreciate that, Ms. Zalatel. And my question actually is regarding line 5, which is Anchorage Safety Center Community Patrol. So they're an organization that exists, right? And so And they existed in 2020 when the alcohol tax passed. My understanding, the alcohol tax thing, by the way, on what you can fund and can't fund, I've always been a little confused, that they could only fund new things and things they didn't do before. Can you help me understand what they're doing new or different underneath that would allow us to use that money?
Sure. So it's additional capacity and services. So when the RFP goes out, we're fully anticipating that the way in which we're asking the safety center to run will look very different, and we'll add new and changed services, because that's what the health department is piloting now. So they've gone to an EMT model, whereas before it was a security-based model. And so it is a fundamental change in the type of service from 2019.
Okay, I think that answers my, thank you.
So Ms. Brawley's already spoken. I'll put myself in the queue first and just speak similarly to what Ms. Salatil just said. And I actually had a revenue question for them. At what point do they become a Medicaid billable service? And especially when they're delivering services as an EMS model. And I think it's really laudable that they're doing this shift, because we have many years of experience in the security model where it's just never proven the results that we need. But it does raise the question, at some point we need to look closely, and I want to talk with the police about this, creating a parallel system that is a security approach. It's just a different function and for different methods, and that's for a different day. But having met with the new provider that's just come on in emergency capacity and hearing how they're shifting, it is a completely transformed program, which I'm really grateful for. Mr. Volland and then Ms. Brawley.
I had Anna first. Oh,
she already
spoke. Oh, okay, sorry. Thank you, Mr. Chair. So I did want to talk a little bit more about the behavioral health bucket. And if folks look at the longer form of the standalone, this is one thing we pointed out in the work session where currently there was $230,000 in the budget proposal, but those were meant to be one-time expenses, not recurring. They were kind of for discrete projects. And so essentially what we're doing here is we're adding $100,000 to that $230,000 for a total of $330,000 for this mobile case management and kind of like on-site mental health care. And I just want to point that out. I think it's really important because it is responsive to our complex behavioral health needs community task force. And one of their recommendations, and we voted to accept the report, I think one of their strongest recommendations was to kind of meet people where they're at and provide that ongoing health care. So yeah, hope you will support this. Thank you.
Now, Ms. Brawley.
Thank you. So this was good timing to have the others speak first. First, I just wanted to also respond to Mr. Cross and point out, for example, camp abatement or our Healthy Spaces program. Prior to 2020, that was funded as a summer-only program, and it was in our general fund in the Parks Department budget. The alcohol tax provides additional funding for camp abatement outside of those summer months, and so that's an example of some of the nuance that can come with level of service, for example, that falls there. On the behavioral health one, I had a question for the sponsors. So looking back at the budget as it is currently written in the alcohol tax, I understand that there was an error put forward in the administration's budget listing those as recurring grants and not one time. But I also see in the amendment, the amendment essentially as it's written seems to add that 100,000, but it does not specifically delete the direct grants from what's in there currently. I understand the intent is to essentially replace what's in there with this in totality, but I also understand the value that, for example, VOA is bringing with their mental health services, and just that alcohol tax can fill some of the gaps that other grants with more constraints have. So I would like to move an amendment to the amendment that would essentially delete the direct grant to Recover Alaska for 2024, delete the, I believe it was the suicide prevention pilot program in 2024, and then reduce the VOA grant to 50,000, and then therefore the remaining 280,000 would be available for this pilot project of mobile outreach.
clerk needs you to repeat that. If you have it in writing, it's best.
Okay, I can send it in writing, but essentially, it's deleting the direct grant that is to Recover Alaska for 2024, and this is not in the amendment itself, it's in the original budget. Perhaps it's best if I just do it in writing. So yeah, it's deleting the 100,000 direct grant to Recover Alaska, deleting the 30,000 suicide prevention grant for 2024, reducing the amount of the VOA grant from 100,000 to 50,000, and then adding a new line that is essentially mobile case management at the total of 280,000. So it doesn't increase or decrease the total that's proposed in the amendment, it just reallocates some of the funding.
Under bucket number 1. So that was a motion. Is there a second? So I am not hearing a second, and what I think we're seeing here is the risk of amendments on the floor after weeks of briefing on amendments. Probably a good idea, but it's hard for people to wrap their mind around it. So that motion dies for lack of second. Ms. Zolotow.
Thank you. I believe there's still considerable alcohol tax fund balance available. So, and not everything has to happen tonight in this meeting. So I would encourage possibly taking another look at that VOA opportunity because we hadn't heard any request, or I hadn't, from VOA to continue that funding when we had intended it to be one time. Thank you.
Okay, so we're back on the motion to amend, and that's, on the amendment. So, any further discussion on this amendment? Hearing seeing none, members may proceed to vote. On a vote of 10 to 1 and the youth member votes
Yes.
yes, that amendment has passed. So I believe that takes us to conforming amendments. Ms. Zolotow.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move the conforming amendment number 1.
So I think that's, we have it. There's a motion to amend the conforming amendment. Is there a second?
Second.
So it's moved by Ms. Zolotow, seconded by Ms. Brawley. Ms. Zolotow.
Thank you. So the conforming amendment directs the Office of Management Budget in consultation with the clerk's office or designee to make conforming changes reasonably necessary to implement the approved amendments of the ordinance, which is the budget, and any attached memoranda or exhibits. We will see one of these for a couple of the budgets. This just lets the cleanup work be done, because if we've amended an amendment and something didn't get quite right, it allows those corrections to be made. What it does not include is making corrections to clerical or technical errors in the documents, such as numbering, formatting, or other manifest clerical errors. Those errors can be corrected by the reviser of ordinances per code. Thank you.
Any discussion? Hearing and seeing none, members may proceed to vote. I'm hearing questions on the amendment.
If they're not copies, here, take a second and pass it down.
Okay.
Oh, sorry.
All right, members may proceed to vote. The queue is up. On a vote of 11 to 0 and the youth member votes
Yes.
yes, the conforming amendment has passed. Mr. Rivera. Yeah. Ms. Zolotow,
Thank
you're
you.
excused again.
Yes. Thank you, Mr. Chair. So before I speak to the amendment, which is being printed right now, just briefly had meant to say something. Let me just pull up my notes. Right, because I know that there are a lot of service providers who are probably listening right now on this conversation. Folks understand that the budget partially funds the unified funding proposal. There where you can see it in the alcohol tax where it reverses some one-times in the unified funding proposal, which is essentially a cut to that proposal. So I'm going to be coming back in April during our first quarter, or perhaps sooner than that if we can figure out the numbers. But at least in April during first quarter, and put forward an amendment to finish funding the unified funding proposal as a recurring idea that will be brought forward so that we don't have to keep funding it and reverse and fund it again and reverse and fund it, so that it's a permanent fixture of our alcohol tax as a fully funded proposal to meet our really basic needs, as build up that basic safety net, which the municipality really should. So please look forward to that in April, service providers. I know a lot of you are nervous about that funding, and trust that I will guide through that process.
Mr. Chair, before we move again, I would like to ask for one last motion to extend by 15 minutes.
So moved.
Second.
Moved by Mr. Volin, seconded by Mr. Rivera. Regretfully, I'm going to ask, is there any objections? I'm not hearing or seeing any overt objections, so we are extended 15 more minutes. Mr. Rivera.
Thank you. All right, so everyone should have a copy of the amendment, which I alluded to earlier, so I'm going to go ahead and move Rivera, Volland, Bronga Amendment number 57.
Second.
So the amendment was just handed out to you. The motion to amend was made by Mr. Rivera, seconded by Mr. Volland. Mr. Rivera.
Thank you. So, as I said earlier, the Anchorage Coalition to End Homelessness presented last week at the Housing and Homelessness Committee meeting a pilot project that they are starting with resources that they already have. And in total, what they're hoping to do for this pilot project is to assist with the transition out of emergency cold weather shelter by housing and leasing up 150 individuals by April 30th of 2024. And they have a budget gap of about $2.4 million to get that work done. Right now, if they don't meet that budget gap, then they're going to house only 75 individuals. So as folks have said, right, they really want to focus on investing in housing, and I think this is one quick and easy way that we can make that investment to an organization that has a track record of getting this work done. So I encourage folks to support this amendment, and just as a quick aside, we're going to have to at some point come back to the other discussion that we were having around allowed camps. That discussion will not be over because this, although great, is not going to meet the need in our community. This is going to move the needle in a big way, but it is not going to meet the need. We're going to have to do something for this summer, and I've already talked y'all's ears off about the committee spearheading the way to do that. So look forward to future discussions on that. Thank you.
So we have approximately 10 minutes left, and I'm going to make on behalf of Ms. Zalatal a declaration that we found previously and find again that since this item addresses matters of her employment, she has a conflict. Is there any objection to that finding? No. Okay, thank you very much. So again, we are running out of time for this debate. We have a bunch of other items to pass, and I have a bunch of people in the queue. Mr. Johnson.
Yeah, I guess I appreciate the intent here, but this does feel like more information would be helpful before I felt comfortable supporting this. I mean, for example, we say up to 150 individuals. Where are these housing units? And then for what time period are their leases going to be covered if we appropriate this $2 million? And what is our confidence that we'll actually be able to achieve finding space for all 150?
Sure. Mr. Presverdia.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm going to respond to this, but add something in addition. So I won't be supporting this amendment. I think that the real concern I have is a little bit broader, and that is that this isn't our job. Our job, this is the administration's job. The administration's job is to come up with plans and to come to us for resources. And I realize that we're in a position right now where we've been dealing with administration that has not been doing the work, and so the Assembly has had to step in, and that's the reality that we've been in for quite some time. But the idea that we are going to continue to lead the effort to try to come up with solutions and plans for dealing with homelessness is just continuing to concern me. And then so I'd rather continue to make sure that we have something in place, or there's something that we know what it is before we fund it. So my concern here is that there's no plan, there's no details, there's no clarity, and that should be coming from the administration. I'm continuously concerned that we have 12 mini mayors that are trying to run the city, and I understand why, and I don't blame any of us for doing the work that we're doing, because we're in this is the situation we're in. But these kinds of actions, I think, continue to perpetuate that idea. So I would rather put the onus back on the administration to say, what is your plan for the coming year, and what do you need in terms of resources and policy? So unfortunately, I won't be supporting this, and I'd like to see that as we move into the next fiscal year, that the administration changes course and begins to actually lead these efforts. Thank you.
Mr. Rivera. All right. Mr. Martinez, how much time do we have left on the debate? Okay, 10 minutes. Mr. Martinez.
Thank you, Chair. My first question to the sponsors is, why not make this 2.4 to make it a whole to fill the gap in the first place? And if that can be done in that way, why not have an amendment that actually fills the whole gap and doesn't leave $400,000 gap to what was requested as the gap? So if that could be done, I'll consider that. But I would only take a small degree of exception with the idea of leading the effort. I don't think, with respect to the budget and our appropriation, we establish the values and we work with community partners. So I actually don't see this as putting money into the hands of the administration to hope that they do something with it. I see this as on par with the way we utilize resources with the Anchorage Community and Affordable Housing Trust to do something that was, without a lot of details, but it was 30 units. And so this has the same degree of detail with respect to me, but this is about us getting money out of the municipality into the hands of an operator that we already know, we already trust, and it's in par with what we have taken actions on before. So my only question is, can't we make this whole?
Mr. Myers.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. My question is, Mr. Rivera referenced 75 people. This represents, or individuals rather, this references 150. I'm just wondering how much money we've spent over the past 3 years, and if we have enough money to get through the rest of this winter. I don't know, I don't see Ms. Johnson in here any longer. But how many people are we funding with this total?
Okay, Mr. Volland.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Yeah, I did want to reiterate Member Martinez's points, sort of in response to Member Perez-Verdia. This is sort of like what we did when we were doing the ARPA funds, and we were having sort of an impasse with the administration with some implementation. And so instead, my recollection is we appropriated, I want to say it was $12 million to Rasmussen Foundation, which then morphed into a conglomerate of community partners, and then out of that was born the Anchorage Affordable Housing and Land Trust, and we've seen their good work and what they've been able to do with hotel conversions and opening up those units. This is also based on a presentation that we heard from the coalition at the most recent Committee on Housing and Homelessness. And so they gave us sort of a breakdown of what their need would be. And their financial model was an all-in cost for housing 150 individuals, assuming no subsidies or outside contributions. But the money may even be able to go further if folks are able to access things like housing vouchers, for instance. So Yeah, again, I think this is worthy of support, and to Member Martinez's point, I think potentially could be more efficiently spent in the community. Thank you.
Mr. Rivera.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair. So I get that this is a new amendment. I get that some people probably didn't attend the Housing and Homelessness Committee and maybe didn't watch the recording of the Housing and Homelessness Committee, so you don't understand or are not fully caught up with the pilot project as was presented by the coalition. Here's what I will say. This is our opportunity to make progress. There was a question about how many people are we funding with this total. It's 150 people. Without this funding, the coalition will only be able to have funding to house 75 people. With regard to the funding gap, the 2 million versus the 2.4 million, the coalition is looking at other funders actively. So I don't necessarily think that we need to come in at the full 2.4 million level. We have that. We reduced 2.4 out of alcohol tax with moving MCT out of it. So we could, in theory, do it. But frankly, I like to go with the idea of the municipality should be one of many, leveraging our funds. And hopefully this $2 million will help the coalition to leverage funds to get the additional $400,000. How is the coalition finding units? So they will be actively working with the United Way's housing landlord partnership to actively find units. And I don't have all of the details in my back pocket, but I was quite impressed with the coalition's presentation and their very aggressive attitude that they had to finding units that are, right now being underutilized in our community and turning them on and doing whatever they can to get over the hurdles that landlords may have. And United Way has a really good track record of doing that. So I think with all of the different partnerships, I am confident that this pilot project will work, will meet some of the need, and I think right now, honestly, that's what we need to focus on, is doing everything that we can to take one more bite out of that apple. Thank you.
Ms. Brawley.
Yeah, thank you. Just briefly wanted to share, I was consulting with our budget analyst just to the question of whether we have room in the alcohol tax fund balance. Of course, we're not going to know that answer completely because we don't know what that fund balance is. However, we believe that at this time there would be, that this could accommodate it. So I just want to state that.
Mr. Johnson.
Yeah, I guess I'm sorry. Had I anticipated this, I would have gone and reviewed that presentation. And it sounds like it's an idea that has some merit, but just without more information, I don't feel like I can support it at this point, especially since, as I'm doing my rough math here, the 2.4 million is to get us from 75 to 150 individuals. I don't know if we're talking about rental assistance or procuring a building or what, but just kind of cocktail napkin, this is $32,000 per individual that we're hoping to house here, which I would hope that this would be a very long-term permanent solution if that's how we're spending the money. And I'm sure there are answers to these questions, but without the time to dive into that today, I just don't feel like I can support this.
Anyone else? Oh, Mr. President, is your queue not working?
Yeah, my computer's not working, thank you. So I appreciate the feedback, and I think that what I'm trying to understand is why are we doing this right now? What is why are we doing this at last minute, coming up with something that happened just a week ago and trying to push this in right now? We have the ability to give resources to projects that we feel are important at a variety of times. And so I'm wondering why we wouldn't bring this proposal forward in some form and be able to have a conversation with the coalition. And I mean, that's what I'm trying to figure out. We went from trying to fund sanctioned, what am I calling it? It's the
Allowed camps.
Allowed camps, thank you very much. And because it didn't feel like that vote was going to happen, we came up with another idea. And so I'm trying to figure out what is the rush? Why are we doing this right now? And I don't think I understand that. I also, like Mr. Johnson, feel like that this may be a good project, and I certainly am a fan of the coalition. So. Yeah, but I just don't feel like I have enough information right now to really make this decision, and I'm confused as to why we're spending so much time trying to get this in at this moment. So maybe someone can answer that for me. Thank you.
Mr. Volland.
Sure, yeah, so from my perspective, the urgency is that we don't even have the capacity for emergency winter shelter that we're supposed to have right now. And I'm looking to the future to see, okay, well, what are the things that this is budget, it's budget night. It's time to make our budget amendments. And so looking to the future of when emergency winter shelter is going to go offline in April, what are the things? Okay, if it's not allowed camping, what are the other, I guess, mitigations, or what direction does the body want to go in as we prepare and we set a budget for the city and we utilize the resources that we have in an expeditious manner? And so I think that's why there's an impetus to do this.
So time has expired for this debate, for the whole item. I am not going to vote to extend anymore. I'll ask the members now, is there a motion to extend debate? Okay, and that is for the entire item. So members may proceed to vote. On the amendment. On a vote of 5-5, the amendment has failed, and the youth member votes.
Yes.
Yes. Now, Ms. Zalatel, please come back in. So time has expired for this item. The main motion is now before us as amended. Question is, shall we approve this budget?
I'm assuming we're having computer problems, Mr. Myers? Oh, sorry, okay.
Members may proceed to vote. On a vote of 9-2, the budget has passed. Next, we have item 13C, AO 2023-96, ordinance adopting the 2024 general government capital improvement budget. Public hearing on this item is open. Anyone wish to be heard? Anyone at all? Seeing and hearing none, public hearing on this item is now closed. What's the will of the body?
Move to approve.
Second.
Moved by Ms. Zalatel, seconded by Mr. Perez-Verdia. We have a number of amendments. This is page 52. Is there a motion?
Yes, move amendment number 49.
Moved by Mr. Volland.
Second.
Seconded by Ms. Zalatel. Any discussion?
Sure, yep, this is all of the Parks and Rec projects that were brought forward for the Parks and Rec bond. Worked on this with Member Bronga and really appreciate her collaboration. And one thing I will highlight is that we were able to compromise on an amount to try to prioritize some improvements to Davis Park following their master plan and safety enhancements in multiple Mountain View neighborhood parks, and really just want to positively activate Davis Park especially, and Parks and Rec does have a short list of projects identified by that master plan that are shovel-ready. So anyway, I hope my colleagues will support these. Thank you.
Anyone else? Seeing, hearing none. Is there any objection to the amendment? Oh, Ms. Brawley.
I just wanted to say briefly, thank you to the two members who worked on bringing this forward, and I also appreciate the focus on parks in East Anchorage, because I know that has been a point of contention for the last couple of years in the capital budget, and so I really appreciate that that you have brought forward increased funding for those projects to ensure that they get done. Thank you.
All right, anyone else? Seeing and hearing none, members may proceed to vote on the amendment. On a vote of 11-0 on the youth member votes,
Yes.
yes, that amendment has passed. Next up, we have Mullen Amendment number 35.
Yes, move Mullen Amendment number 35.
Moved by Member Volland. Is there a second?
Second.
Seconded by Ms. Zalatil, Vice Chair Zalatil. Mr. Volland?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Yes, so this is for pedestrian wayfinding downtown, and I'm sorry that you all did not receive this letter more expeditiously, but this is a project that there's a lot of alignment with several of our organizations, Visit Anchorage, AEDC, the Chamber of Commerce, Anchorage Downtown Partnership. It's also a priority of the Anchorage Parks Foundation, and they've worked on some preliminary designs, identified, in a number of our plans, the 2021 Our Downtown Plan, 2019 AMATS Non-Motorized Plan, 2023 Anchorage Task Force recommendations that were made to Mayor Bronson, the Choose Anchorage plan. So I see this as sort of a catalyst, putting this on the roads bond, that we can kind of get this momentum going forward. And I think with all these organizations wanting to participate, and the four that signed this letter, they made a commitment, say we are committed to supporting the implementation of this project. So anyway, again, hope my colleagues will support this. Thank you.
Seeing no one else in the queue, members, is there any objection to this amendment?
We should vote for each budget amendment.
Okay, Ms. Zalatil is asking for a vote, so members may proceed to vote. On a vote of 11-0 on the youth member votes,
Yes.
that amendment has passed. Next, we have Brawley-Bronga Amendment number 37.
Move to approve amendment number 37.
Second.
Moved by Ms. Brawley, seconded by Mr. Volland. Ms. Brawley?
Yeah, thank you. We're bringing this amendment forward at the request of the Anchorage Park Foundation and Parks and Recreation Department. The Anchorage Cemetery requires specialized and smaller maintenance equipment to be able to maneuver the grounds, to maintain, which of course is important for families and those visiting their loved ones at the cemetery. So this simply moves half of the proposed FY 2025 funding into 2024 to allow the department to replace a broken piece of equipment, and then leaves the remainder of the proposed funding for the original year that it was put forward in. Thank you.
Anyone else? Hearing and seeing none, members may proceed to vote on the amendment. On a vote of 11-0 on the youth member votes,
Yes.
yes, that amendment has passed. Next amendment is Bronga Amendment number 39.
Move to approve?
Moved by Ms. Bronga,
Second.
seconded by Ms. Zalatil. Ms. Bronga?
I brought this project forward at the request of Anchorage Parks Foundation. I am not a ball player myself, but the Chester Creek Complex is a much beloved complex. Lots of people use it. It needs ADA upgrades, and pretty much every year there needs to be improvements to fencing and electrical upgrades. And it's especially been hit hard with the housing crisis and the people camping in the area. And so we want to address needs for this complex through this amendment.
Mr. Cross.
Forgive me, didn't we partially fund this last year, even some ARPA grants that went through Pete Peterson?
Yeah, there was a $40,000 fund for a set of the bleachers that had fallen apart, I think.
Okay, so this is just more work on the same project?
So I have a similar question, I'll put myself in the queue. So this says Chester Creek Complex Facility, but did you mean Mulcahy Stadium? So I think maybe we should amend the amendment so it's very specific and says Mulcahy Stadium. Otherwise, this could be in the Sullivan Arena, in the Bokie, it could be in anywhere on that whole campus. But if we narrow it down to Mulcahy, I think it gets to what you were talking about.
I would accept that amendment.
So basically, you would have to move to amend where it says Chester Creek Complex, Mulcahy Stadium.
Okay, I move to amend Chester Creek Complex to Mulcahy Stadium facility, safety, and ADA upgrades.
Second.
So move to amend the amendment by Ms. Bronga, seconded by Ms. Zalatel. Anyone wish to discuss that? Hearing and seeing none, members may proceed to vote. The amendment to the amendment. Vote is 11-0. The youth member votes
Yes.
yes. Now the amended amendment is before us. Any discussion? Good to go? No, members may proceed to vote. This is on the amendment as amended. On a vote of 10-1 and the youth member votes
Yes.
yes, that amendment has passed. I think there's one, is this a different item? Oh, that's the next item, okay. Okay, so next, the conforming amendment to Salatil. I think that that's for the next item.
Yeah, I move a conforming amendment for item 13C.
Second.
Moved by Ms. Zalatil, seconded by Mr. Volland. Any discussion on the conforming amendment? Hearing and seeing none, members may proceed to vote. On a vote of 11-0 and the youth member votes
Yes.
yes. The amendment, the conforming amendment has passed. Now we have AO 2023-96 as amended before us. Any discussion? Hearing and seeing none, members may proceed to vote. On a vote of 11-0 and the youth member votes
Yes.
yes, AO 2023-96 as amended has passed the body. Next, we have item 13D, AR 2023-324, the resolution adopting the 2024-2029 General Government Capital Improvement Budget. The public hearing on this item is now open. Anyone wish to be heard? Anyone at all? Seeing, hearing none. Public hearing on this item is now closed. What's the will of the body?
Move to approve.
Second.
Moved by Ms. Salatel, seconded by Ms. Brawley. There's an amendment, which is the final amendment in the package. It's
I promise it won't take as long as my others, Mr. Chair.
Rivera, I didn't want to say that name. Don't say that name. Rivera, Zalatel, Bronga, Amendment 44.
Thank you. I move Rivera, Zalatel, Bronga, Amendment number 44.
Second.
Moved by Mr. Rivera, second by Ms. Zalatel. Any discussion, Mr. Rivera?
Yes, briefly. This amendment moves up funding for the Midtown Park warming facility from 2029 to 2025. This project is going to be ready for construction well before 2029. So to avoid delaying the project and possibly making it more expensive, we're proposing moving it up to 2025 when it will be ready for construction. Thanks.
Thank you. Any other discussion? Hearing and seeing none, members may proceed to vote on the amendment. On a vote of 10 to 1, and the youth member votes
Yes.
yes. AO. Okay, the amendment is passed. Now we have the main motion before us. Any discussion? Hearing and seeing none, members may proceed to vote. Yeah, it's de minimis. Thank you. On a vote of 11 to 0, and the youth member votes the youth member votes
Yes, sorry.
yes. AR 2023-324 as amended has passed the body. It's fine, it was de minimis. Next, we have item 13E, AO 2023-97, an ordinance adopting and appropriating funds for the 2024 Municipal Utilities Enterprise Activities operating budgets to the 2024 Municipal Utilities Enterprise Activities Capital Improvement Budgets. Public hearing on this item is now open. Anyone wish to be heard on this item? Anyone at all? Seeing, hearing none, public hearing on this item is now closed. What's the will of the body?
Move to approve.
Moved by Ms. Zalatel.
Second.
Second by Member Volland. I believe there's an amendment on this one. Nope. Go ahead, Ms. Zalatel.
Thank you. I was just being asked if there was an amendment. I don't believe there's an amendment on this one. There is an intent to see where we're at in first quarter and possibly reverse the reductions, particularly to the port. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Any other discussion? Hearing and seeing none, members may proceed to vote. On a vote of 11 to 0, and the youth member votes
Yes.
yes, AO 2023-97 has passed the body. Next, we move to item 11A. 11A is AR 2023-326, a resolution approving the 2024 to 2029 Municipal Utilities Enterprise Activities Capital Improvement Program. No motion is pending. What's the will of the body?
Move to approve.
Second.
Moved by Ms. Zalatel, seconded by Ms. Brawley. Ms. Zalatel.
Let's pass it.
I think, doesn't, good enough. Thank you. Members may proceed to vote. On a vote of 11 to 0, and the youth member votes
Yes.
yes, AR 2023-326 has passed the body. Next, we have AR 11B, AR 2023-325, a resolution adopting the 2024 to 2029 six-year fiscal program. No motion pending. What's the will of the body?
Move to approve.
Moved by Ms. Zalatel.
Second.
Seconded by Ms. Brawley. Any discussion? Hearing and seeing none, members may proceed to vote. On a vote of 11 to 0, and the youth member votes
Yes.
yes, AR 2023-325 has passed the body. 11C, AO 2023-98, an ordinance adopting and appropriating funds for 2024 operating capital budgets of Anchorage Community Development Authority. No motion pending. What's the will of the body?
Move to approve the S.
Second.
Was the one laid on the table.
Moved by Ms. Zalatel, seconded by Ms. Brawley, the S version. Ms. Zalatel.
Thank you. Just briefly, the S version removes the parking meter replacements and puts that money towards facility system and infrastructure replacement. As you all probably remember, we already took care of the parking meter issue. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Any discussion? Hearing and seeing none, members may proceed to vote. On a vote of 11-0 and the youth member votes
Yes.
yes, AO 2023-98 has passed the body. So that concludes the budget process. Except for the administrative processes, the mayor will have 7 days to make line item or other vetoes, and then the assembly would have 21 days thereafter to complete its actions. I think that I would like to offer the budget co-chairs a couple of minutes of privilege to speak about the budget now, since there wasn't an opportunity before. Ms. Zalatel.
Thank you. Thank you for the privilege, Mr. Chair. I wanted to first thank my colleagues for caring a lot about our city and bringing forward a lot of really thoughtful amendments that seem to lead to a lot of debate. But that's the kind of energy we want in this city. And I wasn't privy to the debate, but we also had a lot of other conversations, and we really stuck to our priorities. So I'm really thrilled to see that. I think that we have set a course to hopefully be in a better position next year with room to make calculated adjustments in the new year as we need them. The general operating budget we have just passed is under the tax cap, and I think that's important for two reasons. One is it gives us some nimbleness to deal with snow and anything unexpected in that category. And two, as we engage on this adventure in figuring out how to retain and attract more workforce, it gives us some room to look for what tools may be possible. Similarly, with regard to the alcohol tax, there's still considerable fund balance and room in that tax. So I ask us all to think carefully about how we want to move forward. What we didn't do with the alcohol tax that we did with general government that I would do different is to possibly call out priorities specifically for the alcohol tax next year, like we did for general government. They're the dedications, but within those dedications, I think there's a lot of room for debate, and trying to get that alignment earlier might be helpful. So I want to thank you all, thank the administration for its support of several of the amendments moving forward, and for being creative problem solvers with us, particularly around the PAC elevator. Thank you.
Ms. Brawley.
Yeah, I'll echo what my Budget and Finance co-chair said. I'll also note, and similar to what she just said, this is really an important point in our process, but we work year-round. And so we have multiple points in the year that we address the budget formally. And then, as has been stated during debate multiple times, there are other opportunities to look at those investments. So again, just invite my colleagues to continue to do that. I also want to note on the alcohol tax, similarly to the process to determine where, or to make recommendations where the marijuana tax should be put forward in terms of early education. There is also an effort underway to create a strategic plan for the alcohol tax, which also will have is intended to have a public engagement component to really think thoughtfully about how we can make those investments, and then also how to operationalize those investments in terms of recommendations. So again, looking forward to having that by mid-year next year, and then as Member Zalatel said, we certainly want to put those priorities forward and think intentionally over the next few years where those should go. So again, thank you to all my colleagues for this important work.
And just so you know, all this book was made by our legislative staff, our finance staff, and also I want to thank the OMB team that did the first draft and made a heavy lift on that part. And with that, Our budget process has concluded until we take care of the next administrative steps. So our next items are quasi-judicial, so thank you to the youth member who actually made a substantial amendment proposal that was adopted. You put that in your journal and tell your teacher about that, because it was a significant achievement. And with that, we'll move on to item 15A through G, essentially are must-pass items. And then once we get through those, there's a little bit less pressure. 12A, I think the petitioner would like us to pass it. Everything else we can make our way through. So next up, we have item 15A. 15A is Resolution AR 2023-381, resolution of the Anchorage Municipal Assembly stating its conditional protest regarding the transfer of ownership and transfer of location of package store license number 757 for Three Bears Alaska Inc., DBA Bears Den Liquor. If someone would waive reading.
Waive reading.
Thank you. The public hearing on this item is now open. Anyone wish to be heard? Anyone at all? Seeing, hearing none, public hearing on this item is now closed. What's the will of the body?
Move to approve.
Moved by Ms. Brawley. Who's the second? Mr. Myers. Thank you. Any discussion? Hearing and seeing none, members may proceed to vote. Ms. Zalatil is now excused. On a vote of 10-0, AR 2023-381 has passed the body. Next. Shit. Right. The clock in the back of the room is wrong, if anyone's wondering. Whew. About had me a heart attack. So next, we have item 15B, AR 2023-382, a resolution of the Anchorage Municipal Assembly stating its conditional protest regarding package store liquor license number 757 for DAWG Inc., DBA Liquor Locker.
Waive reading.
Thank you. Public hearing on this item is now open. Anyone wish to be heard? Anyone at all? Seeing, hearing none, public hearing on this item is now closed. What's the will of the body?
Move to approve.
Second.
Moved by Ms. Brawley, seconded by Mr. Myers. Any discussion? Hearing and seeing none, members may proceed to vote. On a vote of 10-0, AR 2023-382 has passed the body. Next, we have item 15C, AR 2023-383, a resolution of the Anchorage Municipal Assembly stating its conditional protest regarding the renewal of brewery license number 5321 for Alpenglow Brewery LLC, DBA Alpenglow Brewery.
Waive reading.
Thank you. Public hearing on this item is now open. Anyone wish to be heard on this item? Anyone at all? Seeing, hearing none, public hearing on this item is now closed. What's the will of the body?
Move to approve.
Second.
Moved by Ms. Brawley, second by Mr. Myers. Oh, was it Mr. Rivera? I don't know. Okay, I thought it was Mr. Myers. So, anyone want to talk? Anyone? No? I'm sorry, I'm getting tired. Okay, members may proceed to vote. Seeing, hearing none. On a vote of 10-0, AR 2023-383 has passed the body. Next, we have item 15D, AR 2023-384, a resolution of the Anchorage Municipal Assembly stating its conditional protest regarding the transfer of ownership of beverage dispensary license number 1666 with restaurant designation permit of Pink Cadillac LLC, DBA Pink Cadillac.
Waive reading.
Thank you. Public hearing on this item is now open. Anyone wish to be heard? Anyone at all? Seeing, hearing none, public hearing on this item is now closed. What's the will of the body?
Move to approve.
Second.
Moved by Ms. Brawley, seconded by this time Mr. Rivera. You gotta be louder, Mr. Myers. The clerk says, hold on one sec, so yeah, Rivera. Okay, members may proceed to vote. On a vote of 10 to 0, AR 2023-384 has passed the body. Next, we have item 15E, AR 2023-385, a resolution of the Anchorage Municipal Assembly stating its conditional protest regarding the transfer of ownership of beverage dispensary license number 4350 with restaurant designation permit for Coyote Santo LLC, DBA Coyote Santo Restaurant and Lounge.
Waive reading.
Thank you. The public hearing on this item is now open. Anyone wish to be heard? Anyone at all? Seeing and hearing none, public hearing on this item is now closed. What's the will of the body?
Move to approve.
Second.
Mr. Myers moves and Mr. Wallen seconds. Anyone wish to discuss the matter? Hearing, seeing none, members may proceed to vote.
Mr. Meyer, oh,
On a vote of 10 to 0, AR 2023-385 has passed the body. Next, we
Mr.
have-
Chair, I'm on the phone.
Oh, awesome, Ms. Zalatil. Would you like to be recorded on that previous vote?
I vote yes.
Okay, so next we have item 15F, AR 2023-386, a resolution of the Anchorage Municipal Assembly stating its conditional protest regarding the new restaurant eating place license number 6154 with restaurant designation permit for the Beardsley Group LLC, DBA Alaska Chopped and Chowdered.
Waive reading.
Thank you. Public hearing on this item is now open. All right, come on down. Welcome. Please state your name and what part of town you're from. You'll have 3 minutes, and the microphone is off. Yeah, turn the button. Yep, the green button. There you go.
Hi, my name is Brian Witzke. I go by Bree, she, and her pronouns. I have traveled by the Chopped and Chowdered location over there on Spenard. I really do hope and encourage everybody to make sure we show, not so much the assembly, but as the public, that we show support for the lower part of Spenard. Ever since COVID, it has taken a serious beating, and I do hope and pray that this place does well. It looks like it's going to be interesting. I'm excited. So I do appreciate the assembly taking the time to hold its business to approve this. But again, moving forward, we need to, as a community, continue to embrace our different parts of town, all the way from Fairview to all the way down to Spenard. Spenard is definitely part of my home. I'm currently residing at the Alex at the current moment, which is in Spenard. And that area is in much need of the support that we can give it. So I'm really excited to see this, and I hope that everybody takes time out of their normal eating habits to check out something new. I think they'll do well. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else? Anyone at all? Seeing, hearing none, public hearing on this item is now closed. What's the will of the body?
Move to approve.
Second.
Moved by Ms. Brawley, seconded by Mr. Myers. Any discussion? Seeing, hearing none, members may proceed to vote.
Ms. Zalatil?
Yes.
On a vote of 11 to 0, AR 2023-386 has passed the body. Next, we have item 15G. 15G is AR 2023-397, resolution of the Anchorage Municipal Assembly approving a marijuana license and special land use permit for Bloom LLC, a marijuana manufacturing facility with license number M32685, doing business as Aurora Bloom.
Waive reading.
Thanks. The public hearing on this item is now open. Anyone wish to be heard? Anyone at all? Seeing and hearing none, public hearing is now closed. What's the will of the body?
Move to approve.
Second.
Moved by Ms. Brawley, seconded by Mr. Myers. Anyone wish to be heard? Anyone wish to discuss the matter? Hearing, seeing none, members may proceed to vote.
Ms. Zalatil?
Yes.
On a vote of 11 to 0, AR 2023-397 has passed the body. Now we're back to 11D. So 11D is Assembly Memorandum AM 832-2023, AWU Board of Directors, James McCollum appointment. No motion is pending. What's the will of the body?
Move to approve.
Second.
Moved by Ms. Brawley, seconded by Mr. Volland. Any discussion? Hearing and seeing none, members may proceed to vote.
Ms. Zalatel?
Yes.
Thank you. On a vote of 11 to 0, AM 832-2023 has passed the body. Next, we have Assembly Memorandum AM 833-2023, AU Board of Directors, Danny Sareko. What's the will of the body?
Move to approve.
Second.
Moved by Ms. Brawley, second by Mr. Volland. Any discussion? Hearing and seeing none, members may proceed to vote.
Ms. Zalatel?
Yes.
On a vote of 11 to 0, AM 833-2023 has passed the body. Next, we have item 11F, AM 861-2023, Planning and Zoning Commission, Jeff Round. No motion pending. What's the will of the body?
Move to approve.
Second.
Moved by Mr. Volland, seconded by Mr. Myers. Any discussion? Hearing and seeing none, members may proceed to vote.
Ms. Zalatel?
Yes.
On a vote of 11 to 0, AM 861-2023 has passed the body. Next, we have item 11G, AM 862-2023, Planning and Zoning Commission, Jared Gardner. There's no motion pending. What's the will of the body?
Move to approve.
Second.
Moved by Mr. Volland, seconded by Mr. Myers. Any discussion? Seeing and hearing none, members may proceed to vote.
Ms. Zalatel?
Yes.
On a vote of 11 to 0, AM 862-2023 has passed the body. Next, we have item 11H, AM 863-2023, Planning and Zoning Commission, Scott Polis. There's no motion pending. What's the will of the body?
Move to approve.
Second.
Moved by Mr. Volland, seconded by Ms. Brawley. Any discussion? Seeing and hearing none, members may proceed to vote.
Ms. Zalatel?
Yes.
On a vote of 11 to 0, AM 863-2023 has passed the body. So the next item, I understand there is supposed to be an A version. Is, Mr. Byrd, is there an A version for the Animal Control Advisory Board?
Mr. Chair, is this Mr. Eben?
It is.
Okay. My understanding is that the previous meeting, we had submitted an A version. If it's not in this packet, then we'll need to confer with Mr. Whitney.
Okay, so would it be, I would like to move to postpone to the next meeting on this one, since I don't know that we have the item. Okay, that would ask for a motion.
Second.
To postpone.
So moved.
Yeah, Mr. Vaughn moves.
Second.
Mr. Rivera seconds to postpone to the meeting of December 5th. Any objection, or I guess members may proceed to vote.
Ms. Zalatel on the motion to postpone to December 5th.
Yes.
On a vote of 11 to 0, AM 860-2023 will be back before us at our next meeting. Item 12A, AR 2023-365, resolution of the Anchorage Municipal Assembly approving an alcohol special land use permit for recreational site use and license number 6164 for Michael McCormick, DBA Frosted Axe Throwing.
Waive reading.
Thank you, Mr. Rivera. Action was postponed. I don't believe there's any motion pending.
Move to approve.
Second.
Moved by Mr. Rivera, seconded by Mr. Myers. Any discussion? Hearing and seeing none, members may proceed to vote.
Ms. Zalatel?
Yes.
On a vote of 11 to 0, AR 2023-365 has passed the body. Next, we have item 13A. I believe the intent of this item is to postpone it for another meeting. So AO 2023-10, or continue the public hearing, I should say. AO 2023-107, ordinance to Anchorage Municipal Assembly amending Anchorage Municipal Code, Section 25.30.020 to include agreements transferring operational control over municipal property in the category of disposals of an interest in municipal land. But since you're here, I didn't know you'd be here, Ms. Zalatel. Maybe we don't intend to continue. Ms. Zalatel.
As soon as you open the public hearing, it's my intention to continue it to the 5th.
Okay, so the public hearing on this item is now open. Ms. Zolotel.
Thank you. I move to continue the public hearing to December 5th.
Second.
Moved by Ms. Zolotel, seconded by Mr. Rivera. The motion is to continue the public hearing to December 5th. Any discussion? Seeing, hearing none, members may proceed to vote.
Ms. Zolotel?
Yes.
On a vote of 11 to 0, AO 2023-107, public hearing has been continued to the meeting of December 5th. Next, we have AO 2020, item 14A, AO 2023. Oh, sorry, 13F. Skipping over it. AO 2023-92, an ordinance amending Anchorage Municipal Code, subsection 21.40.30B, B1A, local and neighborhood business district to
Waive reading.
provide flexibility for more floor area to commercial businesses. Thank you. For this one, public hearing was continued from 9/26, so the public hearing is open. Anyone wish to be heard? Anyone at all? Seeing, hearing none, public hearing is now closed. What's the will of the body?
Move to approve.
Second.
Moved by Mr. Rivera, seconded by Mr. Volland. Mr. Rivera?
Thank you. I'm wondering if Ms. Zolotel might want to speak to this item.
Ms. Zolotel?
Sure. So this item was brought forward to us actually from former building official Ron Thompson, where he identified some difficulties in, when a business wanted to expand its area in B1A. We worked in conjunction with the planning department to come up with this ordinance. It was referred to the Planning and Zoning Commission, and I don't believe that they have weighed in, but it is really just a minor change and it affects a very small number of businesses. Really what it does is it relies on their prior plans and operations and really places some discretion within the planning department. And just want to thank Dave Whitfield in the planning department for having drafted this up for us. Thanks.
Go ahead. So, anyone else? Ms. Brawley?
Yeah, just another opportunity to make our code easier to use, so I support this. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Sorry for that interruption. Anyone else? Hearing and seeing none, members may proceed to vote.
Ms. Zolotel?
Yes.
On a vote of 11 to 0, AO 2023-92 has passed the body. Now we have item 14A. 14A is AO 2023-108, an ordinance of the Anchorage Municipal Assembly amending Anchorage Municipal Code Title 7 to include procedures specific to certain construction contracts generally known as construction manager general contractor procurement.
Waive reading.
Thank you, Ms. Brawley. The public hearing on this item is now open. Anyone wish to be heard? Anyone at all? Seeing, hearing none, public hearing on this item is now closed. What's the will of the body?
Move to approve.
Moved by Ms. Brawley.
Second.
Seconded by Mr. Wallen.
Second.
So, Ms. Zolotel, you want to take the lead on this?
Sure. So as we discussed at the work session, this really brings our code into alignment with the construction manager general contractor procurement process. It creates alignment. We understand that the CMGC process is one that's used in private industry and is often used for large projects, but it didn't really work with our procurement code. We have heard from purchasing department as well as from a few contractors, but we don't think that the way this is structured really creates any significant delays. And what it does put back into the process is that public hearing opportunity before we spend a large amount of money, the opportunity for the public to weigh in on what's about to happen. And that is really something that doesn't work with CMGC right now under the current code, because that initial contract is often one that falls in that space where a public hearing isn't required. So I would request your support. Thank you.
Ms. Brawley.
Thank you. I'd like to move Brawley Amendment Number 1.
Second for purposes of a discussion.
So a motion to amend, I don't know if I have it. Thank you. Okay, so we have a motion to amend by Ms. Brawley, seconded by, who was it? Mr. Rivera. Okay. Ms. Brawley.
Thank you. This is a small amendment that actually addresses not the main topic of the ordinance, but the language regarding assembly approval of contracts. So I understand the intent to require that contracts awarded through competitive procedures that are less than $150,000 need to be reported to the assembly in a timely manner. The language says, and no later than a month after award. During the work session, I heard a little bit of heartburn about the ability to meet that deadline given our public notice deadlines and so on. And so this is offered simply to remove any barriers to completing this requirement by extending it to up to 60 days rather than 30 days. And the idea being that it does still need to be reported in a timely manner, but that if that 30 days is a hardship in terms of our meeting deadlines, then this would give ample time. Thank you.
On the amendment, Mr. Cross? No. So I'll put myself in the queue briefly. I am not a fan. I'm not going to strenuously object because I understand the intent. 45 days would be more on point. What we've seen is 6 months, 8 months, reports get to us finally. 60 days seems to me a lot still. A lot can happen in 60 days. A number of small contracts can be awarded in at that time. You know, I don't know. But so I understand the spirit of it, and I won't strenuously object, but I won't be supporting it. Mr. Rivera.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair. I actually had that same thought cross through my mind of what about 45 days as a in between the 30 and then the 60 as a little bit of a compromise, because I do agree, you know, a big part of this is us getting this before the process goes too far along. And I think we've learned sometimes when the process gets too far along, it's too late for us to step in. So I think 45 days, if Ms. Brawley would agree, I think that's a good compromise.
Ms. Brawley.
Yeah, thank you. I was just entering the queue to say yes, I would be happy to change that amendment from 60 days to 45 days.
All right. You just bought a vote. A good choice. Okay, on the amendment. Anyone else? Hearing and seeing none, members may proceed to vote. When the clerk's ready.
So this is amending the amendment.
Yes.
Who's second?
Well, it's changing, it's not amending the amendments. The mover and the seconder agree that it's, instead of 60, it's 45. So the main amendment is 45.
Ms. Salatel on the amendment, which is 45 days, not 60.
Yes.
So on a vote of 11 to 0, the amendment has passed. Next, Mr. Cross.
Thank you. Yeah, just speaking to the main motion, I understand why this was brought forward, at least from the conversations, from the perspective, but I think that when we do this, there's unintended consequences to when we change the procedure that we currently have. So I just wanted to ask the administration through Kent Goles, if the administration has talked, I see our purchasing director isn't here, probably just at the late hour, but if you've had a chance, if the municipal manager and the purchasing director of the departments had a chance to discuss this, and what are the potential unintended consequences of implementing this? How does it how do you anticipate this will affect your job? Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Cross. You're referring to the main ordinance, not the amendment, though. Just it has the potential to cause some delays with construction projects, especially if we're in a project where time is of the essence as we're completing the design component of any project, whether it's a design bid build or a design build or CMGC or CMAR. Sometimes time is of the essence, and the requirement to bring an intermediate contract back to the assembly for a public hearing, which I presume would be 2 meetings, adds 2+ weeks to that time frame. So there is a potential for adverse impacts, I would say. I would offer that we face the same thing. We face similar delays in the spring when we're trying to get projects out to bid that are design bid build, and we're waiting on the results of the bond and the assembly appropriation, approval of the election, and all of that. Just adds delays, and depending on the timing, that can sometimes add to an extra year of construction. That's not what we're talking about here, but there is the potential for delays on the order of, I would guess, 2 to 3 weeks in starting construction, depending on the timing. Thank you.
If I may ask a follow-up question, Chair. Would you anticipate any unintended consequences to the contractors who are providing work?
Through the chair to Mr. Cross, I would say if a bidder or a contractor knew about the requirements of this ordinance in advance, they should be able to plan around it.
Ms. Alatel. Are you there, Ms. Alatel?
Oh, thank you. So the only thing I wanted to point out is these aren't usually low dollar contracts, and they're usually not ones that are, really moving apace. They're ones that have been planned out, and so I think Mr. Kohlhase's last comment that if contractors are aware of this moving forward, that this time can be built into the overall plan and process. So I don't anticipate considerable complications. Thank you.
All right, thank you. I don't see anyone else, thank you. And I'll just add, should true unforeseen consequences arise that are systemic, then any given Tuesday, an ordinance can be brought back to fix those issues. So that is one of the beauties of this job, is if we find it a problem, we can fix a problem. Seeing and hearing no one else, members may proceed to vote.
Ms. Delatel?
Yes.
On a vote of 9-2, AO 2023-108 as amended has passed the body. Next, we have item 14B, AO 2023-119, an ordinance authorizing the retention of tax foreclosed properties for public purposes and disposal for less than fair market value to Anchorage Community Development Authority. The public hearing on this item is now open. Anyone wish to be heard? Anyone at all? Seeing and hearing none, public hearing on this item is now closed. What's the will of the body?
Move to approve.
Move to approve.
And second.
Moved by Ms. Zalatel, seconded by Mr. Rivera. Ms. Zalatel.
Thank you. I'd like to move Zalatel Amendment Number 2.
Second.
An amendment was moved by Ms. Zalatel, seconded by Mr. Rivera. Ms. Zalatel.
Thank you. This amendment places in effect what is a deed restriction to ensure that this parcel, as it moves to ACDA, is disposed of for a public purpose. That public purpose is specifically for workforce and attainable rental housing, which restricts the occupancy for 5 years to residents with an annual median income of no more than 120%. So what this does is allows maximum flexibility. It could be low-income housing if it can pencil that way, but it goes up to that workforce level. And it, I think, is necessary in disposing of it in this manner versus on the open market to ensure that that public purpose is met, because no one else got the opportunity to bid on this parcel. Thank you.
Ms. Brawley.
Yeah, thank you. I appreciate this amendment being brought forward, and I understand the importance of ensuring that we're putting property to public purpose. I did have a question for council. So I see there's a deed restriction, and I know those can be problematic if they are permanent on property in terms of flexibility, but this one is for 5 years. So I guess my general question to council is there any concern or conflict with other codes in terms of putting this type of deed restriction on this property?
Ms. Brawley, no, not that I'm aware of.
Thank you.
Next, Mr. Johnson.
Yeah, thank you. I appreciate the spirit of this amendment, but seeing as we seem to have Mike Robbins from ACDA in the audience, I was wondering if he'd be willing to speak to what he believes the impact of this amendment would be, if it would present any obstacles to their plans here.
Oh, it's on. There you go. Through the chair to Mr. Johnson. We actually worked with members Alatel on this amendment and feel like this fits the purpose of the property and the acquisition, the neighborhood. So we feel pretty good that this will allow us to use this property to its highest and best use. So we support it.
All right, thank you very much. Yeah, I'd be happy to support it as well then.
Yeah, that was going to be my question, because I have a great respect for the board and what you do, and I would typically just trust your judgment and think that you would do what was in the best interest of Anchorage as a whole. So my initial response would have been to be against both the amendment and this AO, but since you helped craft it and you participated, then I will support it. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Anyone else? Seeing and hearing none, members may proceed to vote on the amendment.
Ms. Zalatel?
Yes.
On a vote of 11-0, the amendment has passed. Now we have the main motion before us. Anyone wish to discuss? Seeing and hearing none, members may proceed to vote.
Ms. Zalatel?
Yes.
On a vote of 11-0, AO 2023-119 as amended has passed the body, which, small miracles, concludes our regular agenda. Next, we have audience participation. Welcome. Please state your name and what part of town you're from. You'll have 3 minutes.
Hi, I'm Grandmaster Jedi Artificer Anakin Skywalker, Bustamante, San Claro. I recently Space Odyssey fast forward in the future 58 years. 103 days ago, Emperor Palpatine finally blew up spontaneously combusted Electabuzz Pokemon at 672 years. Hi, I'm Vasquez McAllen, General Commander Specialist, Egyptian Royal Navy, Squadron 127, Fort Walton Beach. It's come to our attention, the Alaska boundary, DS-9, Levitating City, has drifted astray from a battalion deployed by unknown entities of stormtroopers of grandeur of nearly 803,000 vanquished in a clean sweep and atomic fusion implemented cover encasing of glacial chasm 94 miles out of DS-9, Levitating City, City of Bronze, allocated in this perennial parametric sterility. Hi, I'm Joseph Nakoma Brooks of Doyon, Alaska Native Regional Corporation. It's come to our attention many of the utilities are down in Anchorage, Alaska, in this town around. There seems to be large pockets of biopetroleum, caustic black tar in all the underground canals. We've allocated with some of our shareholders and our other alliances and networked discovery of 3 underground rivers attached to a glacial chasm drifting to town of Anchorage. Also, my bank said there was government closures. I could see how the government could close down if there's black tar oil everywhere, where they wouldn't want the government to be getting drunk on gasoline in slums where they just manifested out of thin air. I ain't got really much else to talk about. I got to head back home. Hot water's out. If the gasoline gets in the line, you don't want to be heating gasoline in utility lines. I don't even have roustabout training with Doyon guys. Thank you. Good evening, Alaska, and all the cosmic refugees, and all the space invaders of the previous 103 days. Amen.
Thank you. Welcome. Please state your name, what part of town you're from. We'll have 3 minutes.
Hi, my name is Brian Witzke. I go by Bree, she and her pronouns. Going on 14 years, trans female. I am from the Alex at the current moment. I wanted to step up tonight. I know you guys never know what's coming out of my mouth next. I'm proud of that. But I want to say it is coming up Thanksgiving this weekend. We have many activities out there as far as it goes for those that are less fortunate. I can't say thank you enough except for take a moment while we have the public stage here. We have something on the 23rd going on at the Hope Center between 2 and 3. 12 p.m. Lunch will not be available that day. We got Mountain View Shell giving out free food November 23rd, 12 to 5. We have Beans Cafe November 23rd, going from 11:30 to 1:30. Our Frontline Mission, Thanksgiving Day, 11 to 2. We have Anchorage Gospel. Services at 2 p.m., followed by dinner served between 3 and 5:30. We also have MCA Church, which is where I'll be at, between 11 and 4, the 23rd, which is located up on DeBar in Patterson, right next to the Walmart up there. I take a moment to shine to all these guys that are putting out some sort of food for those that are less fortunate. I bring it to the city, and I bring it to the assembly, and all the work, as well as the administration over there. Take a moment, turn to each other, and remember that we are all thankful that you guys are here. We're thankful for the work that you guys do. And if you guys can just, empty out one pocket and fill it up with all this wonderful joy that's coming from the holiday season and carry it through the next year, I know we would all appreciate it. That is bottom line. Even administration, as much as he's glaring at me right now, I appreciate you, man. Bronson, I know it's a difficult job, the assembly. I know you guys have a difficult job. If you guys happen to have any extra food, I'm sure many of these events would take any dishes you guys want to donate, as well as I'm sure that all of them would love to see any one of y'all's faces. I encourage you guys to continue to do what you guys do. Find ways to constructively have an argument one way or the other that may make a difference for us in Anchorage. I know that everybody has had a trying year, and I'm sure that we will continue to have trying years, but as we move forward, we're moving forward together, and that's what we have to remember when it comes to it, and that is what I'm thankful for. That in many ways and many lights, we are repeating of yesterday, but with fresh thoughts and fresh ideas to come up with a solution together. I'm thankful for Anchorage, for without it, I wouldn't have a home, and I want to say thank you to you all. Have a good night.
Thank you. Anyone else? Anyone at all? Seeing and hearing none. Next, we'll move to audience member comments. We'll start with Mr. Presverdia.
No comments, thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Brawley.
Just have a safe and restful holiday weekend.
Mr. Volland.
No comments, thank you.
Mr. Cross.
This was extremely helpful this year.
Yep.
Great love and appreciation for who drafted it. Thank you.
Agreed. Mr. Johnson.
Happy Thanksgiving.
Ms. Bronga.
I wanted to take a moment to thank Ms. Camacho for all the help with budget amendments. That was very nice of her.
Mr. Rivera.
Yeah, I want to echo the thanks to Ms. Camacho and to OMB for all your help during the budget. It's a group effort. I do have a little bit of a comment. As always, I really appreciate this group. We are a thoughtful, driven, energetic group. Sometimes I get frustrated with y'all and the other branch. But you can always count on me to keep trying to move the ball forward with every ounce of energy that I have. I will never stop bringing forward ambitious plans for this group to debate and vote on. I think that we are in a stance that we are going to have to act often between now and April 30th. I'm going to ask the body to be prepared for a heavy lift and to make some tough choices, because otherwise we are going to be in the exact same situation on May 1. We have some work to do. Otherwise, happy Thanksgiving, and I hope everyone, sheltered or unsheltered, has a place to go, stay warm, and have a good meal this week. Thank you.
Mr. Martinez.
Thank you, Chair. Happy Thanksgiving, everyone, and I wanted to shout out all of the volunteers who in our community who participated in Thanksgiving Blessing yesterday. And last week, in terms of preparation, I had a chance to be out at St. Patrick's Parish on Muldoon, and they served over 1,500 meals. And so I wanted to shout out the TRIO program and the high school students that came out to volunteer there, and also the folks from Credit Union 1 who also came out and volunteered, and particularly the food bank. I want to thank the food bank for their leadership on bringing our community together to make sure that those who don't have all the resources to have a Thanksgiving meal do have those meals, and to continue to support the food bank all year long. Thank you, Chair.
Mr. Myers.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I want to just thank everybody on this body who worked on, this was my first budget season, if you will, to get through, and it was complicated, but I appreciate the support, the insight, and Ms. Camacho especially. Have a safe, happy Thanksgiving.
Thank you, everybody. So for my part, lots to reflect on for tonight and the last several months. I think it's a solid budget. I think there's a lot of good work in it, and I commend everybody for their work getting us to a concluded project in a timely manner so we don't have to meet into the next month to get this work done. Tonight was the first time I've had to wield the gavel as a chair in a manner to bring order. And I think that actually speaks buckets to the quality of the people, because I've been chair almost a year. And so that's actually fine. It's normal in a parliamentary body that you go through those processes. And I think the measure of the body is that we get back to work tomorrow, and we're still, we have camaraderie, and we are brotherly, sisterly in getting this very important work for our city done. And so, we're not there yet, but we know we're going to get there. Every day is a new challenge. So thank you to everybody. Thank you to our community, and hopefully you have a good Thanksgiving. And with that, a motion to adjourn is in order.
Move to adjourn.